Test, test, test. 1, 2.
Man, I was losing hope there for a second.
Never lose hope.
It was lost. Oh my god, it's not working.
light to go green. Check, check, 1, 2. And then if you get a chance to talk to the kids, tell them the closer they get to the microphone, the better. Which it sounds like this one needs some more love to it. Check, 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 1, 2. Checking, check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there it is. Check.
So at the end of this, so it's the comment that they asked.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, there you go. Nice to see you all. Thanks so much for being here. Welcome to the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition Showcase, a continuation of this year's WVIMC's events. For the first time, and as part of the broader Bridging Innovation event, this competition has been added as a third phase that gives our participants the opportunity to attract pre-revenue investment. Rather than a judged competition, today's event will focus on the team's demonstrations and what additional resources that they need in the short term to improve their likelihood of success. Today's showcase is presented by Marshall University, the Lewis College of Business, and through the generous support of the Robert E. Yancey Entrepreneurship Endowment as part of the entrepreneurship celebration that is taking place this week here in the Charleston Coliseum and Convention Center. This morning's showcase is the final stage of the 2022 competition and provides an opportunity for the finalists to persuade their panelists and that additional resources are necessary to move their projects forward. You will hear some interesting ideas, opportunities, and hopefully you will walk away with confidence that future business leaders are in the room with us today. My name is Dr. Bill Bissett. My day job is I'm the State Director for United States Senator Shelley Moore Capito, a role I really enjoy, but I also appreciate that she lets me take time to MC business competitions like the one we have today. We are excited to have everyone here in Charleston as part of the Bridging Innovation celebration, especially since today is focused on high school, college, and community entrepreneurs interested in tackling some of the more interesting problems that persist in West Virginia. To get us started, the WVIMBC Showcase presents students from several institutions across the state, including Concord University, Glenville State University, West Virginia Wesleyan College, and Marshall University. The teams represent a wide variety of new venture concepts, including tiny home developments, better nutritional options, personal safety devices, and video and filmmaking opportunities. I'd like to introduce our panelists, if I may. Starting on my right, your left, if you wave when I say your name, is Jason Knowlton, is a principal in Pressing Strategies, LLC, and is the Director of Training for Balance Holdings, Inc. At Balance Holdings, Jason coordinates training for new growers through an innovative indoor aquaculture that uses regenerative agriculture techniques that incorporate the use of grow lights. Jason also has taught and led an energy management and production engineering program at Ohio Valley University that worked to close the gap between engineers and leadership in a significant industry. Jason, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you taking the time. Next to him is Jeremy Turner, who is the founder and managing director of Epic Mission, a business consulting firm that focuses on not-for-profit organizations. Jeremy holds several certifications and credentials, including being a DISC-certified behavioral consultant. In addition, Jeremy holds additional certifications in Lean Stack, Growth Wheel, and in BIA's an Entrepreneurship Center Management Program. In addition to his work with Epic Mission, Jeremy was an executive in residence and an adjunct entrepreneurship instructor for the Lewis College of Business at Marshall University. Jeremy has also served as a business coach and faculty member for the West Virginia Governor's School of Entrepreneurship since the school's inception in 2016. Jeremy, thanks for being here today. Appreciate you. And next to Jeremy is Olin York. Olin is the Director of Entrepreneurship Education for the Lewis College of Business and a full-time instructor of entrepreneurship. He is also the main driver behind the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition, and we appreciate all of his hard work and dedication. Let's welcome our panelists. If you'd like to see today's program, you'll want to use the QR code that's on little cards around the room, and magical elves will bring the program to your phones so you know what's going on throughout the day. So as I mentioned, each team has identified a problem as well as a unique solution informed by design thinking practices such as customer empathy, ideation, prototyping, and testing. They have also utilized a business model canvas to track validation and/or iteration progress through this journey. Today's showcase gives the participants another opportunity to present their findings and discuss some of the important next steps that each team will take in furthering their new venture. Please note that each team still has unanswered questions that they are trying to answer and de-risk these opportunities as much as possible. And despite these teams presenting just a week ago, each team has continued to work, gather information and evidence, and now have additional items to discuss. Looking forward to hearing the direction each team is taking after their feedback. that they have previously received from their coaches and consultants. Olin, are we ready to begin with the first team? Excellent. Our first team is Wildflower Homes, which consists of Caitlin Spears and Sydney Adkins, representing Marshall University. Caitlin is a senior entrepreneurship major from Chesapeake, Ohio. Sydney is a junior anthropology major from Barboursville, West Virginia. Wildflower Homes was formed in fall of 2021 and is hoping to create new rental options and opportunities for young adults. Please welcome Caitlin Spears and Sydney Adkins with Wildflower Homes.
Hello, I'm Caitlin Spears, and this is Sydney Atkins, and we're here to present our idea for Wildflower Homes. Our idea, we believe, will revolutionize the local housing economy.
All right, so before we go into a little more detail, I kind of want to set the scene for you. So picture this for me. You come home after a long day of work, and there's stuff everywhere. Your roommates that you live with have left stuff on the floor, the couches, the tables. None of it belongs to you. You have inconsiderate neighbors on all sides, above and below you, making crazy racket, their TVs turned up to volume 100. And there's a crazy amount of bills waiting for you on the table that, as a full-time student, even working a full-time job, you really can't afford to live there. And at the end of the day, you just don't feel at home. You're limited by what you can and can't do, and it feels more like a hotel than it does a house.
Now imagine this. You come home to your very own space, your own tiny home, if you will. You have no roommates, nothing to worry about, no inconsiderate neighbors keeping you up at night, an affordable amount of bills that you can afford. You don't have to work full time, and you feel more comfortable at home at the end of the day. My solution is a tiny home village. Now, the benefits of a tiny home village is a cheaper renting alternative, the comfort of having your own comfortable and homey space, no close neighbors, you don't have to have 5 roommates so that you're able to afford it. No long-term investment if you were to buy a home at a very young age. The perfect amount of space for just you, no clutter, less stress and anxiety, and then of course it will be more sustainable as well. Now when you picture a tiny home, you picture this really cramped, small space. You probably don't picture yourself being very comfortable, but I want to expand on this idea a little bit. Create a more homey space for you, a big comfortable living room, maybe a futon or fold-out bed so you can still have friends over and somebody spend the night with you. A good-sized kitchen, area to gather friends in the kitchen, good-sized bathroom, and of course a loft so you have your own space upstairs.
So of course the question is who would be interested in making this kind of switch, and the answer is young independent adults. So college students, recent graduates, people who are choosing not to go to college but want to get out of their house. There's about 12,000 students at Marshall University right now, and 1,000 people graduate from local high schools in the area every year. And of that graduating class, 20% of the tri-state is between 20 and 29, and 35% of college students across the nation cannot find affordable housing near campuses. The United States encourages a culture of young independence, and we aim to assist with that transition. So we're looking to actually attract current renters and students, specifically from the Marshall area. College students, including ourselves, pay $3,000 to $5,000 to live on campus for just a few months. And rent in the area is $400 to $1,000 for a small and uncomfortable space, and oftentimes that has to be split with roommates. House payments for first-time home buyers can average $600 to $1,000 a month, and that all depends on what you can have as a down payment and your credit score. But our tiny homes would aim to be rented for $500 a month.
Now, when we first started out with this idea, we used the Lean Canvas, and of course this helped us identify the problem, form our solution, what customers we were wanting to target. Of course, we focused on young adults, students, people like us who are struggling to find somewhere to live straight out of high school or during college. It also helped us realize some of our assumptions and helped us adapt our idea and solution to where we are now.
So we created a website to gauge interest. So for about a week, we shared this information to access the website on our social medias, sharing it with family and friends and whoever would reshare these posts for us. If you're interested, we have a QR code here. But we ended up with 73 visits to the site in a week and collected 27 emails. We asked that people submit their emails if they had interest in learning more and potentially renting from us one day. So of the people that reached out and contacted us after we shared this information, some of our responses included, "You should actually do this," to which our answer is, "Yeah, we're trying." People really believe that it was unique and different and something that you really don't see in the area. The people who responded, they really value their alone time and not having to worry about roommates. It's a huge concern for young adults. And it was a great way to start out without taking the full leap into adulting, including things like down payments and home upkeep. And they all said they would ideally like to pay around $500 a month, which is what we're offering.
Now, of course, with this idea, there's a lot of costs. To start out, if we were to buy, like, for example, those sheds at like Lowe's or Home Depot, there's one that is 12 by 20 feet with a loft. If we were to buy the shed, it would be a fast shell, and it would, of course, make our lives a whole lot easier, not having to start from scratch, and it'd also make it a whole lot faster. So if we were to buy that tiny home frame, it'd be $5,000, and then, of course, adding the HVAC, plumbing, and electric would be $1,500. Doors and windows, $1,500, flooring, another $1,000, and then finishing it off with the lumber, drywall, kitchen, and bath, approximately $16,000 to build the tiny home. And of course, that's going to be the bare minimum. That doesn't include labor. Me, myself, I would like to build the tiny home straight out of pocket and then also use myself and my family to build the tiny home to save on costs. But of course, I'm going to give myself a little wiggle room because I know we can't do everything. So with profits, if we were to estimate that the tiny home was $18,000, giving us that $2,000 wiggle room, we'd also have to buy land. So for example, there's a plot of land in Chesapeake, Ohio, just a couple minutes from campus. It is 1.74 acres, and it's $27,900. A loan for that land would be approximately $300 a month, and that's for 15 years at a 4% interest rate. The 1.74 acres can fit approximately 10 tiny homes, and that's being lenient. I believe I can fit a couple more on there. And if we rent all of them for $500 a month, that's $5,000 income every month. At first, with only one tiny home on the land, that would be $200 profit if you factor in the $300 land payment. And with a full lot of all 10 tiny homes rented, it'd be $4,800 profit every month. Of course, I'm not going to buy that exact piece of land. I'm going to have a couple different options for myself. If I were to find a piece of land that were as small as half an acre, I could fit 4, maybe 5 tiny homes on there. Up to 2 acres, I could have a couple more, maybe an Airbnb option, and just have a couple different tiny homes to rent out. If I were to go to on a larger scale, maybe even 5 acres or more, I could have a bunch more tiny homes. And then I'd also like to factor in a community area into the tiny home lot, a communal area in the middle, maybe for everybody to come meet if they wanted to have a cookout or a party. No, you're not going to have that much land area on your tiny little tiny home spot, so everybody can have that communal area to share, and then also provide that homey feeling that everybody's wanting. And then also have more Airbnb options and spaces available for mobile tiny homes to come and rent out a spot overnight, maybe if you're just coming in for the weekend for a Marshall game.
So we also mentioned that we are the more sustainable option, so we'd like to expand on that. So for a typical apartment, utilities can cost an average of $370, but a tiny home would be a fraction of the cost. It is smaller, it is more individual, you'll be using less energy, and in the future we would actually like to take advantage of solar panels and rely on solar power significantly, so that way we can offset our carbon emissions. So at the end of the day, we would provide a cheap and comfortable housing alternative for young adults and students in our area. Apartment living is scary. Going to college for the first time is just as scary, and we aim to make it much better for students. Create a home and also just improve life in general as you're working through college and try and have a positive outcome. Thank you.
First question I've got for you guys is, with regard to your building materials and costs. You had a lot of stuff about costs, which I think is good. So you probably know, as many people in the room know, that there's been some supply chain problems due to COVID and some other reasons over the last, 2 years or so. So how do you guys see overcoming those challenges, not just with obtaining materials, but also handling your costs, because costs will obviously go up too?
Right. I know lumber is very expensive right now, and that's why we're kind of focused on buying that shed and then converting it. All the lumber's right there for me and it's ready, and then we'd only have to, I believe, build the flooring of the loft and then one wall for the bathroom. So that'd already bring down my cost just a little bit. I do plan on doing this a couple months in the future, so I'm hoping to give it a little bit time for the prices to die out, and hopefully everything be a little bit more recovered. So that's really my plan for that.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you. So, question about costs as well. You talked about the cost of the land acquisition, the 1.74 acres, right?
Yes.
Have you looked into the cost of actually developing the land to install various utilities and such, and what that would cost? Because that's going to be, another really big chunk of change on top of, your other costs.
Right.
And then part B question of that with regards to cost is, you'd mentioned, the cost of the materials for the tiny home, right? And I think I heard you say that as far as the labor piece, that you and your family would, want to do the assembly and such. Are you all licensed contractors? And if not, have you looked into that cost?
Yes, I forgot to mention that. My dad has been in construction his whole life. He's a licensed electrician and the assistant business manager of a local union in our area. So hopefully he knows what he's doing. For the most part, he'd be helping me out. And then, I'm sorry, there's so many parts to that question.
Sorry, the first part had to do with the cost to actually develop whatever plot
Yes.
of land that you do acquire.
Of course, we'd have to put in sewage, water, electricity. He said for the most part, the electricity and the water shouldn't be as big of a cost. We'll be out of pocket straight off the bat. Sewage will vary depending on where I find the land, whether I'll have to do a septic tank or go to the city sewer. So I haven't nailed down those costs yet because it really depends on what land I find. So I haven't gauged that quite yet. And then there's a second part. That was it. Okay.
Talk a little bit more about the positive environmental impact that you foresee a tiny home community could bring to a local area.
I know for me, I've got 5 roommates, and sometimes coming home at the end of the day knowing that one roommate's probably going to be screaming, laughing all night, her cat's going to be going crazy all night, kind of stresses me out a little bit. When I get home from work, I want to go to my bedroom, be quiet, have a snack, relax. So for me, I know it's going to be a whole lot better for my economy. And then I know the people around me, if you come home to a nice, safe environment, you're going to be more relaxed. If you come home to a quiet home, you're going to be more relaxed.
And of course, on the environmentally sustainable aspect, if you're an individual person, you're obviously going to consume a lot less energy. You're not going to be using as much water because it'll be like, for example, one person showering, one person using the toilet. Tiny homes are, like we said, a tiny home. They're smaller square footage. There's not as much space to cover, which makes it cheaper for us to cover it with things like solar panels, which is also important because less energy, but more solar panels, we could actually end up contributing to the local energy grid, which is something that is available in West Virginia right now, that if you overproduce your solar energy, you actually create an offset with AEP, which means that you contribute to the group fund and actually more people are being environmentally sustainable because they're benefiting from your solar energy. So with that many tiny homes, accumulating that much energy, but using so little, we would actually be benefiting the people in the community around us as well.
So, so going back to energy and costs and everything, and I know you guys have said a lot about taking advantage of renewables like solar and I assume wind and probably some other stuff, whatever is advantageous based on your site, I assume. Have you guys at all looked into any kind of government perks or anything like that for the use of solar or wind or anything?
Not quite yet. I know that solar panels are quite expensive, so I know they won't be something that I'll be starting out with right away. It's more of a in the long run plan. So I will be looking into that as soon as I'm in the price range of being able to afford it.
I also work for a local West Virginia nonprofit, Coalfield Development. I'm an intern there, and I work in grant writing for our sustainability department. And while it is constantly changing, because what grants aren't, there are actually quite a few homeowners grants available that you can apply for if you are environmentally sustainable. Of course, they're in and out, none last too terribly long, but they usually replace each other. So if you can prove that as a business you were creating a certain amount of offset, you can actually get a like a tax benefit, or you can receive a monetary grant to help you with that development.
Hello again. So, one of the things that you were sharing, part of the benefit that you're selling is this better sort of environment, community environment, right? Tell me a little bit. Have you considered your screening process to ensure that the one bad apple doesn't spoil the bunch? They get through your screening. Considering rental histories, credit histories, and just general behavior. Have you considered your screening process?
That is a very good point. I'm hoping to set up a very good process for that because I'd like to have a nice, relaxing, quiet, nice area rather than one tiny home being really loud on the weekends and driving you crazy. I'm hoping that the area between of each tiny home and having your own little space will help with that, even if there is one bad apple. But I will plan on having a good screening where if you have a history of being maybe a bad neighbor, bad roommate, I don't know how to track that, but hopefully we can figure out how to screen everybody.
Have you considered or looked into zoning issues in various places? And in terms of like multifamily structures, how this would be characterized or classified?
I'm not quite sure. I know that a lot of cities are just now welcoming tiny homes into cities and rezoning their areas. So that's more to look into. Of course, if I do have that problem, I can go just a little bit farther off campus and hopefully find an area where that isn't a problem. I would like to keep our tiny home village about 30 minutes from campus, hopefully on maybe a bus route to make it available for more students who don't drive to campus, but hopefully going a little bit farther out of town or finding an area that doesn't have that issue. But that is something to look into in whatever city that I plan on starting out in.
We do also have the benefit of aiming to be around the tri-state, and just a short 5-10 minute drive, you can be completely out of city limits and actually in like private property area where there aren't really zoning laws, and it's a bit more whatever you would prefer, it's your land kind of deal. So we do benefit from that quite a bit.
I think I heard you. Excuse me. I think I heard you mention something about potentially hosting Airbnb, right? My wife and I have hosted Airbnb in Huntington for about 6 years now, and so something to consider. If that's going to be a major part of your revenue generation, you've really got to consider the changing conditions around Airbnb. Not every community understands it. Not every community welcomes it. So just a point there. My actual question has to do with how did you come up with $500 a month? Tell me about your pricing strategy a bit.
I, of course, am a senior. I'm going to be moving out in a couple months, so I've been pricing apartments in the area. I know what I can afford. I know I don't really want a roommate, so I've tried to gauge other apartments in the area that I've looked at that are one bedroom, would work for me, but are out of my price range. So as I've struggled to find a place, I've tried to gauge what I think I can afford, what I would like to afford, especially as a college student. So I've kind of tried to work in my side of the story, but mainly just gauging everywhere around me, knowing how much most of us are making working part-time. I worked full-time, and I know I probably still couldn't have afforded buying an apartment. So just gauging the area around me and kind of my own experience.
Okay, I got one more for you guys. So I know that when you guys looked at your target markets, you kind of settled on the college student market is kind of one of the, I guess, easiest, for lack of a better term, markets to tap into. Have you guys looked at any other markets? And I'm thinking specifically of people like college students, like perhaps elderly people who are on a fixed income like college kids are, that kind of thing, especially if it's a community environment, I'm just wondering if you have entertained that idea.
That is a new target audience that I hadn't thought of. I've also looked at just not necessarily young adults, but independent adults who are looking at that minimalistic lifestyle, who don't want a huge home, who don't need a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. They just want that 1-bedroom, just enough space for them. So expanding a little bit into that market of just independent people rather than young adults.
Like we mentioned in our introduction, I'm an anthropology major, so how people interact is a very big thing for me. But an important thing to realize is when we create things like tiny homes, like she said, there are some cities that are just now recognizing tiny homes in their city and allowing them, like if we're getting closer to the bigger cities. So it's also important to consider the culture that older people, like the elderly people on a fixed income, are going to be in. Their mindset is not necessarily going to be that of renting surrounded by other young adults in that very community-based aspect. Sometimes they will struggle with that and would prefer rather to either get an apartment, which is slightly more traditional, or just go to a home or something like that. So while it is definitely a target audience we could tap into, the culture surrounding it might be slightly too difficult for us to enter, and we would actually benefit more as a business for tapping into the young adult sphere.
Final question. What are your immediate next steps? You know, you talked a little bit about some of the things that you've done so far. You've proposed that you might need to look into this, that, or the other. What are your immediate next steps after today?
I initially wanted to start this project in August of this year. My goal was to save up enough money to build my first tiny home then. So of course, I'm still saving up money to try to still do that out of pocket. And then I still need to find land. So I think first and foremost, I have to find some land and then finish up those pricing quotes and see how much this is actually going to cost me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Wildflower Homes, a new look at an old problem. Affordable yet private rental options for young adults. Thank you, Caitlin and Sydney. I'll give our panelists a moment to complete their notes, so I'll wait for a stern look from all three before I continue. I got one stern look, 2, and 3. Okay. Our second team is NutriKick, with founder Ellie Hallcraft representing Concord University. Ellie is a junior in the Business Administration program at Concord University and is from Barnsley in the United Kingdom. Ellie's experience as a soccer player at Concord has shaped her thoughts on nutrition and its availability. Her focus on improved availability of nutritional recipes and menu options, especially for individuals with non-traditional schedules. And aren't we all individuals with non-traditional schedules in a lot of ways? Take it away, Ellie. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie Hallcraft, and today I'm going to be introducing you to my business plan, which is NutriKick, delivering a nutritious kick for our customers to leave feeling revitalized for the day or replenished for the night. So at NutriKick, we're looking forward to providing the most nutritious and delicious food and drinks to our student and faculty across the small campuses in the United States. We want to provide a healthy alternative for our students and faculty to give them the nutrition and boost to get through their day. So you might be thinking, where did NutriKick come from? So as a soccer player and an international student myself, I find myself practicing 4 days out of the 7 until 7 p.m. at night. This left me with little options afterwards because the cafeteria was closed, and therefore I was left with options between Subway, which is your traditional sandwiches, and then Wingspan, which is your burgers, your wings. So not very much option for healthy nutrition to refuel yourself. So I thought, why not introduce a smoothie and nutrition bar onto campus? So these are 2 images that I took myself. The first one is on-campus placement. It's a wasted space at my university, Concord, which I see as a wasted opportunity, which is an easy place to implement my business. Also, on the other side, we have the abandoned bank, which is in Athens, West Virginia, which is also another option for implementing my business if we wanted to reach it further out because it's within walking distance. So as I mentioned before, our target audience is going to be the students and faculty on the small campus universities, but another one will be opening it up to the communities surrounding because there's also limited options there. So as I said, the problems are that the options are very limited between Subway and Wingspan for me, myself, and I know this is the same for other campuses. The options to get a healthy drink throughout the day is either from CAF, which you have to use an entire meal swipe just to get one drink, which is not beneficial as a student because a swipe can equivalent to up to $9. And then also there's Starbucks, but they only have 2 different options, and from my experience, they're usually out of stock. A third problem that we have is that vegetarians and gluten-free customers would struggle to find genuinely beneficial products from Subway or Wingspan when the CAF's closed. I know this from first-hand experience from my best friend, and it frustrates the heck out of her. Also, as a student athlete myself, the first step to recovery is what you put in your body. So after these sessions, I mean, I'm living proof right now. I've broken my nose, and I just wanted to replenish my body with the good stuff to feel better. So by missing out on this, we're missing the first step to our recovery. So in my market research, I asked 100 students at Concord University, would you like a smoothie and nutrition bar on campus? 98% said yes. These are some of the comments I got, and one of them was, this would diversify food options and increase opportunities for better nutrition compared to the current options. I'm a vegetarian and have very little options to choose from when attempting to maintain a healthy diet. I asked, do you feel that healthy nutrition helps your performance in the classroom and if an athlete in your sport, where 96% said yes. A research from CDC actually tells us that high nutrition highly impacts on academic performance. Do you think Concord provides enough healthy and affordable options outside of the CAF? And 99% said no. Do you feel that you have the facilities at Concord University to support a healthy lifestyle change? 78% said no. So my solutions are that I want to be able to provide a menu suitable to all students and faculty across small campus universities that allows them to enjoy healthy options to fulfill their needs. Here are some of my menu options that I would like to implement. It will be smoothies, juice shots, protein shakes, protein snacks, banana breads, juices, acai bowls, and I would also like to implement a salad bar from my recent experiences of going into the CAF and using once again, a full swipe for just a salad. I also want to ensure that our hours are as flexible as possible for our customers. From obviously my own experience, I found myself in difficult situations. So I want our business to be there for a morning boost, afternoon refreshment, post-gym replenishment, or a nighttime snack. I also want to ensure that our brand prides itself in being environmentally friendly with our products. Therefore, all our cups, bowls, silverware, straws, everything is compostable. There is no plastic involved in my business. Another one is that I want to invest back into the community of the areas surrounding that we live in by buying all produce locally. Now, I understand that this is not fully possible, and especially at this time of year right now, obviously we're going to be in the off-season. So my solution to this is by using a backup stock from Walmart per week to source our products, because we still will need to use Walmart for some of our products. Obviously, there's other options such as Kroger, but we want to ensure that when we can, we want to invest back into the community. So our channels, our first one's going to be posters. This is a free option to me for promotion. Social media accounts, this is obviously the number one thing for advertising right now, and it gets right in the eye of the target market, just where I want it. And then the radio, I've actually had talks with my school in particular, and they would be very happy to support my business and give me free radio coverage for people on the go. Further down the line, I would like to use Google, Facebook, and Instagram ads, 3 of the top sites in the world, yeah. I think this would, once again, be a great way to get straight to our target market, especially the customers. And then I would like to use paid promotion of athletes, especially in these small campus universities. We find that the majority of them are made up by athletes. So by seeing these athletes enjoying my nutrition and seeing their performance on the field, I feel like this will inspire others to do the exact same. So above my costs, this is our startup cost. It's going to come to $445.13. Now, the only cost I haven't included is the cost of the produce from the farmer's market. Now, I know this will make a significant difference, However, I've actually reached out to Jim's Produce in Princeton, and they do not open until the 21st of April. So this is definitely going to be one of my next steps to improving my business and getting these negotiations started. So the cost to produce one regular smoothie would be $3.28. The cost of sale would be $5.97. So that leaves us with a gross profit margin of 45% and $2.69 per smoothie. Our competitors, which you can find on the shelf in the supermarkets, would be Naked Smoothies. The difference, there's obviously a small difference with ours being slightly more expensive. However, ours is going to be freshly made, custom to whatever you want. And I think that's what makes the difference, especially with a smoothie. So some of the menu options that I've tried before are the Strawberry Bonanza and the Mango Blast. These ones are going to be your regular day-to-day smoothies. These price at $5.97. And then there's the Green Guru, which is more of a post-gym replenishment, getting all the good nutrients back into your body. And this is going to price up at $6.47. Now, after doing the calculations, I still get my 45% gross profit margin. The revenue streams are going to be physical sales transactions and our advertisement. These will be our main source. But later on down the line, more of the longer term, I would like to implement an app service for $4 a month where you can get a deal every day and I can make a profit. So the Unfair Advantage, we are going to be an on-campus business, so we're going to be right in the heart of where our target audience is. It's easy, it's accessible. People don't have to go out of the way to reach us. We'll be the only store in certain areas. I know campuses that are here today, such as West Virginia Wesleyan, Glenville, Concord, myself. We don't have the nutritional benefit restaurants or even any decent restaurants, to be honest, in our areas within walking distance. And then obviously I want to invest back into the community. I feel like this is very important for my business. I want to create that relationship with the community. And then we're going to be environmentally friendly. So the next steps in my business, the first one's going to be meeting with Randy Keaton and Dr. Kendra Bogus to develop and finalize menu options. Randy Keaton is actually the head of Aramark, and this would be the negotiation for my contract within implementing the business within the school. I've already met with Alvin White, who's the owner of the abandoned bank property in Athens within walking distance. This can also be utilized as more of a backup plan for if the deal with Aramark wasn't to be successful. And then obviously I've already met with Jim's Produce, as I already said. If I was to get any financial reward today, I would definitely invest it into more market research to develop my menu, widen my varieties, and basically make a better menu for all. So thank you very much. My name's Ellie Hawcroft, and this is NutriKick.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us today. So question, you broke down your per unit cost for each smoothie. Obviously, with your business, you're going to have other costs such as rent, any sort of licensing or insurance costs, utilities, and labor.
Yep.
Have you considered those as part of your projections? And if yes, have you thought about how many smoothies you have to sell per week or per month to cover just your basic overhead?
So obviously I spoke about my startup cost. That does include my labor. One of my next steps is to get these contract negotiations down. It's very difficult for me right now because it's actually impossible because I can't, especially with the produce from the farmer's market. I know that wasn't a subject that you touched on, but that's also one of my barriers right now. It's kind of a waiting game. Like I said, I've spoken to Randy Keaton and Dr. Kendra Bogus, and they're very behind the idea. They support the idea, but it's just a case of me having to wait to find out these costs. But as soon as I do get these costs, I can promise you they will be implemented straight away, and these calculations will be made.
Okay, I had a question about your costs as well, but I think you've answered it. So thanks for coming. I think it's a great presentation. It's a good idea, too. So with regard to your competitors, and I understand your target audience is small campuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I assume that would begin locally and then spread.
Yeah.
So have you at all looked at larger schools too that might have space in like a student union or something like that?
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be a further option. With me being at Concord right now, that was where I wanted to give the business a trial, basically, and then hopefully widen that out to the wider community of West Virginia. That would be great, and then definitely to put it into the D1 schools. That's the ultimate goal. That's what I want. I mean, I don't just want to be in D1 schools. Like I want to be NFL, like the used nutrition company, you know. But that's definitely one of the longer term options for me.
What did you say your plan was for out of season produce and ingredients for your various products?
So out of season, I would like to be using like obviously Walmart, Kroger's, see whatever I can get the better deal with on that week. I mean, not always, but they will be very similar. But this is definitely going to be my go-to for this kind of produce. It's easy, it's accessible, it's reliable, and that's what I need for my business because that's what I want to be as a business person myself.
Do you anticipate that raising or lowering your costs from season to season, just out of curiosity?
I think to start up with, I feel like it will be kind of the same, and then obviously there's going to be a lot of peaks and troughs, but hopefully more peaks. So definitely I can see that raising, but I feel like that's going to be for all the good reasons of I'm going to be selling more and making more for my business.
Hello again.
Hello.
So I spent about a dozen years of my life taking over poor-performing restaurants and fixing them and getting them back on the right side. Can you tell me a little bit about, and by the way, the restaurant business or hospitality industry is really quite difficult. I think it's one of the most difficult types of businesses to run. Can you tell me a little bit about your background, if any, in restaurant operations or business operations in general?
Yes, I can. So when I was 16 years old, I started working at McDonald's. I started as a crew member. After 2 years, when I turned 18, I became a crew trainer, so I oversaw all the training. Before I came here, I actually did a level 3 BTEC, is what it's called, and it was on athlete development and nutrition. So I do have my knowledge in the nutrition and the running a business. I mean, I would definitely need to take that to the next level, but I do think that I have all the tools to fit in the right places.
Okay, so going back to your target, segment of consumers, it's primarily, obviously, in this case, college kids. So, which is great, but college, like any school, is seasonal. So, there's going to be about 30-day period, in December and January where you're not going to be there. Then there's summer, spring break is a little shorter, of course. So, in those like off seasons, which are going to amount to between 3 and 4 months a year probably. How do you plan to cover that?
So that's why I brought up the abandoned bank business. I was hoping, I do really hope that if we were to implement this into colleges, word would quickly spread around the community, and then we would extend this business onto the bank premises. I feel like that's where we would get our revenue, because although we won't be here in the summer is going to be prime time for my business and my smoothies and things like that. So that's why I made sure that I found a property in the community to solve that problem, basically.
So designing and launching a business is hard, right?
Yeah.
You go through a lot of iterations. You've talked about various guesses or assumptions that you made along the way. What is the biggest mistake that you've made or biggest assumption that you made that ended up being proven wrong along the way? What did you learn from that, or what? Just overall, what is the biggest learning that you've had, biggest insight you've made through this process?
I would say the biggest thing I've learned from this is my costings. Obviously, I know they're not pinpoint where they should be, but that's from my barriers. And it's really frustrating when you physically can do nothing about it. So then that's where was resilience and like thinking, okay, so I need to refocus and focus on my branding and my advertisement and really dive into that in the period that I'm waiting for this. But it's very frustrating when you physically can't do anything about it, and that was a big learning point for me. I'm used to just going out and having all the resources and doing what I want. I mean, I'm an athlete, I'm privileged. So, all right, thank you.
And that was NutriKick, trying to provide more and better nutritional options for folks that often cannot fit their meals into traditional time frames. Ellie is coached by Dr. Angela Adair of Concord University. Thank you, Ellie, and thank you, Dr. Adair. I'll wait for the stern looks again. 1, 2, everybody's good? Wow. Fast riders. Our third group is S-Cups, which includes Marshawn Kelly, Marcus Kelly, Trenton Holcomb, and Jonathan Williams, representing Glenville State University. Marshawn is a business management major, Marcus is a psychology major, Trenton is a criminal justice major, and Jonathan is a business management major. S-Cups is focused on providing a new personal safety opportunity for individuals that like to socialize but worry about beverage integrity. Take it away.
You want this one? Thank you. All right, test. All right, we're good. Okay, good. So hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marshawn Kelly. I'm accompanied by Trenton Holcomb, Marcus Kelly, and Jonathan Williams. We're going to present to all of you our company known as S-Cups. So to give you guys a brief summary, first we have to ask, what is our executive summary? S-Cup, we value our consumers' safety and trust by offering high-tech safety cups that will keep them safe against, that will keep our consumers safe against drink spiking and contamination. Now, before we could deliberate on our value, we had to ask ourselves, is there a need for this? Now, we've done some research and we found that there's been a study conducted by Ibiston of 2022 of YouGov, and what we found are individuals that are aged between 18 and 24 years old, 40% of them have been drink spiked, or they know someone who have been spiked. The next age group being 65 years old and higher. They have said the same thing at 14%, and the largest age group being 24 to 49 years old, 14% of them have been spiked personally. Now, I'm no math genius, but obviously that's 68%. So what value can we deliver to those 68% of individuals? Here's our value. We have our S-Cup and we have our mobile app. Now, let me explain to you how this works. This is a very early alpha build of our cup. See, at the base of our cup will lie an Arduino board, roughly around $2. We'll have electrical wire that runs up and connects to the copper sensors at the top of the cup and bottom of the lid, met by LED visual cues. Now, how this works is, once that lid loses connection, there will be a notification sent to the user's smart device, and that's met through our mobile app. Now, on our mobile app, customers will be able to link their cup directly by a QR scan code, or either they can input the code in manually. They will also be met with additional information such as how many times their cup has been tampered with, and they can also see, along with their friends through a private group chat, when their cup has been messed with. So this offers the communication of the lid to the cup, and I'm going to hand it off to Trenton Holcomb because he's going to explain to you guys how we can reach our customers. Sorry about that.
So my name's Trenton Holcomb. I was the one over customer segments, and I did many interviews with universities, colleges, fraternities, sororities, college students, as well as some local bar and grills. The response was overwhelmingly positive. We came up with the interviews, a review system. We figured out our own target audience and how we could reuse our cups with that review system. Our review system showed us that we was actually wrong with our first target audience. We missed the mark completely. With that review system and with my interviews, we figured out that we should primarily focus on keeping college students safe while having fun. That's why we have the reusable cups that would last up to 1 to 2 years, and they're dishwashable safe, and they're very well made. So our channels, which would be our social media, which there's 3.6 billion worldwide users right now. Our physical engagement, which is stuff that I did, like interviews and stuff like that. Our own website or other websites like Amazon and Facebook that could sell it, as well as walking around universities like Concord and Wesleyan and Glenville, showing off our cup while keeping others safe, and local bar and grills, which would basically be on a back burner, but it's still something that we could tap into. Now I'm going to hand it off to Marcus Kelly. My bad.
Hello all, my name is Marcus Kelly, and I'll be going over our company's key activities. All right, so our key activities will amplify our company's internal and external growth. The first activity to kickstart with is marketing. Okay, so our marketing strategy include researching in the demographic areas in the state that have the greatest proportion of cases involving drink spikes or drug-facilitated sexual assaults. Sampling and marketing out to the areas with the highest cases of drug spikes can give our company an idea, a target audience, so to say. The next key activity is customer service. Customers can contact us via our social media platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, or through email at scuphelp@gmail.com. Jonathan Williams will go over our company's cost structure.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Williams, and I am really excited today to bring to you a bunch of really boring numbers. To start with, our startup costs, supply-wise and equipment-wise, for the next six months in order to start up, we would need roughly around $5,429 for all of these supplies. Our most expensive supply being our big piece of equipment, the injection mold, for around $3,500 to $6,000. Let's just hope it's not the $6,000 one. For our legal and staffing for 6 months, we would need roughly $14,000, thanks to a very pricey bunch of legal protections in labor. Our fixed costs per month, keeping all of that in mind, would run us somewhere around $1,200 for labor, $60 for maintaining our website, and $26 for maintaining our app. Any extra delivery fees that we may need would run us around $300. In total, a nice solid $1,600. Now onto the revenue streams. One cup would cost us around $3.21 to produce. Sorry. Our most expensive component being our PCB board, which is the most important component. We will be able to produce these caps very fast and very cheap, but they will remain just as secure as any other cup. For our profit per 100 cups, we would be able to, if we were to sell 100 cups individually on our website at $10 a cup, we would be making somewhere around $669. And if we were to sell them in bulk for 100, we would be able to make around $179 profit if we were to sell them in bulk to another business. For distribution streams, we would be selling primarily through website sales, and we would be selling to businesses directly. Our key partners would be Amazon Web Services, Sunstone.com, Alibaba.com, and any universities such as our future partnership with Glenville State University. Our very interesting startup numbers. For a 6-month plan, we would need around $20,000 in funds. Selling an individual cup at $10 plus shipping would require us to sell around 3,000 cups to repay our initial investment. To pay our initial investment within a year, it would require us to sell 246 cups per month, or we would be able to sell 500 per month, and we would be able to pay off our initial investment within the year. So for only $20,000, we would be able to get our S cups to get West Virginia to be just as safe as our cups. And that would be all.
How close are you guys to having the technology completely squared away?
As of right now, we have a prototype for the body, and our app is being produced right now. Couldn't say how long it will take, but most likely within the year. Our website is already up, and our body for the cup can already be produced. Just with 3D printers for prototypes, which is not preferable. We would prefer to be using our injection mold. But the tech itself would be able to be created within the year with investment.
Aside from resources, what do you expect to be the biggest challenge with the technology as far as obstacles to overcome?
Our reliability, well, not reliability, but our durability may become a problem. They only last for around 1 to 2 years is what we project, because they are produced fairly cheaply. Now, this could be a problem, but it could also be a benefit to us. They are dishwasher safe, so you can reuse them as many times, but they'll wear out eventually, in which case you can come to us to buy another safety cup.
Okay, I kind of have a two-part question for you guys. The first part is with regard to manufacturing, and that is, I know that you mentioned that you had 3D printing models and things like that. Do you have, so once your prototype is, produced and you're happy with it, do you have a design house that you would want to, talk to, or a couple design houses that you would want to talk to produce this on a much larger scale?
Depending on how well our initial prototypes and our actual sales that we produce ourselves with our injection mold goes, we may have to look at other firms to send it out to a mass scale. Right now, we would most likely be able to service the region ourselves, just out of Glenville. Going farther, we would need help from other people, or at least expand our own labor force ourselves.
Okay, and then the second part of the question is with, I mean, it's kind of linked to the manufacturing, of course, but when this thing takes off, I mean, you've kind of already answered part of the question, which was, what's your plan for expansion? And you know that you're going to have to reach out and find people to help you do that. And I get that. But in terms of the product itself, if this, takes off and you guys are able to expand, do you have ideas for other products like different size cups, things like that?
Okay, that other microphone doesn't work. All right, but here we go. Yes, so currently we do. That cup that I showed you, even though it was half of the cup vertically, it's 16 ounces. So we do have a plan to come up with 24-ounce cups and 8-ounce cups. However, doing that, that's going to increase our cost in manufacturing because we're going to need more injection mold to handle that. Overall, we do want to offer more safety devices as well too, such as our safety wallet, which we're currently trying to brainstorm on, where it can offer global GPS tracking, and through our application, we can link that as well too, so that way users will be able to unlock their wallet just in case it's stolen by inputting the set passcode that they put for their device.
Hey guys.
What's up?
So question, have you looked into RCBI, the Robert C. Byrd Institute, for help with things like prototyping and early stage investment? Have you looked into that?
No, actually we haven't, but you just enlightened us, so I'm definitely going to after today, so thank you.
Absolutely. I think you should definitely look into them.
Gotcha.
So, hang on a second.
In the marketing research that you did, there was mention that you identified a target audience, and I wanted to be a little bit more specific. What was the specific result of that research? What specific target audience did you identify?
We identified universities. See, additionally, we thought our target audience, now we're still going to market out to these customers, but initially we thought it was going to be nightclubs and bars, but most of those owners do not care about, consumer safety. Once they hand out those drinks, they're like, yeah, they're on their own. So we actually changed up our strategy a little bit to universities, as we stated. So what we're going to do is, as Trent and Red mentioned, we're going to travel out to different universities and showcase off our products. Currently with Glenville State University, we plan on doing is giving them a mock-up of about 50 cups to see how things go. We're going to get the data that Glenville State University provides to us on the safety around the campus, because it is promoting campus safety, So we'll go ahead, we'll get the results from there, we'll revise up, and before we actually go out to other universities such as Wesleyan, Concord, or even Huntington, we'll actually make sure our products are safe and ready to market out to the big boys.
So I think I heard you say that you went from your channel going through the bars and restaurants to going through the universities, right?
Yes.
Have you looked into where the incidence of spiking actually occurs, if that is indeed in the bar, for example? And if yes, then how might you overcome the fact that many of these bars and restaurants may not either like or allow a patron to bring in their own cup?
Right. So yes, we actually did. Currently in the United States, it's California and Florida, aka the bigger states, that have the most drink spiking problems or drink contamination. Throughout the entire world, United Kingdom, they have the most spiking in the entire world. So this is going to be an international company for us in the long run. That's what we plan on doing. Repeat that second question for me, please.
Bars and restaurants may not allow a patron to bring in their own cup. Right, so how might you overcome that?
Okay, so how we plan on overcoming that is what we initially planned on doing is just giving out to the bars, and we told them, we said, okay, so you can just hand these out to consumers. So that's why we decided to sell it to them at a flat rate of $5, because what they can do is they can resell our cups to their consumers at an optional price. So that's something we have in plan right now. Actually, we're speaking with a few different bar owners right now, and we're trying to figure out the logistics of how we can go about that so that, we're good to go and they're good to go with both of our products.
One more for you guys. I was hoping you could go back. Can you show that prototype again? Can you just hold it up? And I think I heard you guys mention with regard to some of the hardware that's going to be in that, there's going to be some copper contacts. Oh, there it is. Copper contacts, some other things, the app, of course. So we're talking about a cup that people are going to use to drink things like alcohol.
Right.
Okay, so my question to you is, obviously that can, end up in bad places, whether you've got a cup or not. My question to you is how simple is this device to use? Because if somebody's obviously consuming alcohol, they're going to become more and more impaired the more that they drink. So how is the ease of use going to translate into?
Okay, so yeah. So what we plan on doing through our application itself. So story time for a quick second. Say you're going out to a bar, you're going out to a club. Say you're the owner or you're either a bartender. What's going to happen is through our application, you will have, there will be a search button for you, or a search icon for you. What you could do is, say, for example, you search up Trenton Holcomb, you'll find his account, you can activate his cup for him, and you just simply hand him his cup. Now, if you're going to go out, you're not going to be intoxicated before you go out. So we are hoping that our consumers can go ahead and register a cup before heading out. But if they go out to a bar and club, we do plan on training the other bartenders or bartendees so that they can understand how our application works, so they can search for those users and actually apply it. So simple enough. Bartenders, they'll ask for their name, search their name up, they'll activate their cup for them, and hand them their cup with their drink. Any other wonderful questions?
Of course.
Thank you. My man.
Absolutely.
Thank
Don't
you.
want to disappoint you, friend.
Of course.
So when you have a new product, right,
Right.
And you're trying to introduce to the market, you're trying to solve a problem that other people may recognize, but they don't necessarily realize they need your product to solve that, right?
Right.
So you've got to work through something called demand stimulation. You've got to help people recognize they need what you have to solve a problem that maybe they've recognized or maybe they haven't. So with that, I don't recall seeing here in your presentation any detailed marketing costs or detailed marketing activities other than, say, social media, and that's a fairly nebulous answer, right?
Right.
Something like this, you can take more traditional grassroots routes. You can, leverage social media, whatever. Can you talk a little bit about what exactly, specifically, what might your strategies be and any costs associated with that figure into the total cost of operating this?
Right. So we did look at some other marketing strategies, such as, even the radio or even TV. But the thing about that is those industries are dying down. So the best marketing strategy would actually be on social media. But here's the thing. We do plan on marketing on YouTube because everybody watches YouTube. As a matter of fact, that is the second largest social media platform right behind Facebook. Now, YouTube, for a 30-second ad, they charge $2,000. And for 5 seconds, I believe it was $1,500. So that's to our understanding, that's our only cost that we have for marketing at the moment, because that's the only way we can really reach out to customers. And as Trenton explained earlier, for universities and other restaurants to know about our product or service, what we will do, or before we even go there, we'll conduct studies to see if that area even needs it. We will go out to those restaurants or bars ourselves and show them our product and try to market our products to them that way. But cost-wise, yes, YouTube is the only platform that we have to pay for, which will be about $2,000.
Final question? So considering that you guys want to move forward with this, what's the greatest barrier that stands in the way from you where you are now to actually moving forward with this, and how will you overcome that barrier?
Honestly, the greatest barrier is money. That's why we're here. So that's how we can overcome the barrier. But yeah, so like I said earlier, we really want to make sure this prototype is good, and we're prototyping this and we're testing it out as well too. So with additional funds, that's what we're going to do. So I guess we're cutting it here. So, okay.
We do have one other slightly funnier barrier. Our initial prototype was pretty ugly. Our lid was so ugly, in fact, we just left it behind and went for a simpler, just a cross-section of the most important part of the cup. We will be redesigning them. We will be offering different models of the cup and different levels of the cup, sizes, all of that. As of right now, designing a good-looking cup is the hardest part, but that's fairly easy to overcome with just a little bit of sitting down and 3D modeling.
And before we get off, I got to say one last thing really quickly too. Yeah, that was actually to a surprise for all of us too, because a lot of consumers or potential buyers from us, they want a cup that's going to feel unique to them. So something else that we plan on implementing on our website in the near future is maybe an editor system, so that way people can go in and they could customize their own personalized cup. They could choose the color of the LED, they could choose the color of the cup, and they could put their own unique design on the cups as well too. So that way our cups can be favorable for everybody that purchases our cups. All right, thank you guys.
That was S-Cups addressing the real concern that someone may try to tamper with your beverage. S-Cup is mentored by Dr. Mark Sarver of Glenville State University. Thank you, Marshawn, Marcus, Trenton, Jonathan, and Dr. Sarver. Our final team today is Incubation Productions, which includes Derek Hess, Elizabeth Harvey, Taylor Pugh of West Virginia Wesleyan College. Elizabeth is a junior and a mathematics major and is from nearby Cross Lanes, West Virginia. Taylor is a senior and a music major from Glen Jean, West Virginia. I think I skipped somebody there. Sorry about that. Derek is a junior. My apologies, Derek. And a theater arts major from Bridgeport, West Virginia. Incubation Productions is interested in providing improved access and services for audiovisual production in the Mountain State. Take it away.
Okay. So we are Incubation Productions. I'm Derek Hess. As he said, I'm a theater arts major from Bridgeport, West Virginia, and I'm also a working videographer and filmmaker.
I am Elizabeth Harvey. I'm a junior mathematics major, and I'm from Cross Lanes.
Hi, I'm Taylor Pugh. I'm a senior musical theater major, and I am from Glen Jean, West Virginia. So we have two hypotheses because we have two distinct target markets, and that is that West Virginia communities and organizations need greater access to video and film production, and that aspiring videographers need opportunities to work in the state.
So we have a couple problems that we need to solve. First is that videography and filmmaking is perceived as a relatively inaccessible industry in West Virginia. And this is mostly due to a lack of resources and education. So people who want to learn how to make videos and how to make films, it's really hard for them to do it. So a lot of them go out of state to seek those opportunities. And then as a result of that, small businesses and communities that need videos produced for, be it marketing material or for whatever reason, be it a wedding, any of those things, they have to also seek out of state for those opportunities. And so it's all this whole industry that is outside of our state that we could be fostering and growing here.
So there are some major opportunities opening up in this industry. The market size of movie and production has increased by $18.2 billion. The industry is also decentralizing from Hollywood, so movies are being made all across the country now. Even last month, the West Virginia legislature passed a bill that will make it easier to make movies in our state that will bring back a tax credit. And then 86% of businesses use video as an effective marketing tool, and that they would really like to do that.
So imagine for a second that you're a high school student and you really want to learn how to make films and videos. And so you can't afford the equipment because you're a young person in rural West Virginia. And so now imagine that you had the opportunity to get that equipment and just have access to it. And not only that, but you also had access to an individual who was experienced with that equipment, who could teach you how to use it. Now imagine that after a year of practicing with that equipment and that individual, this student was hand-delivered an opportunity to get hands-on experience with professional work for a local business and get a jump start on building a portfolio for themselves. We want to create a social enterprise where aspiring filmmakers and videographers with all sorts of backgrounds can have this exact experience. Now imagine that you're an owner of a small business that's interested in making marketing material for their social media page, and you don't have the skill set to make quality content for yourself. What if that small business owner could reach out to a video production company to make this sort of content for them at an affordable price? Currently, these sorts of video production companies are hard to find in West Virginia, but we want to change that.
So as I said earlier, we have two distinct target markets, our social enterprise and our profit. First, we would target high school and collegiate age students for apprenticeship style programs where they can where we can teach them the craft and give them hands-on experience. And then for revenue streams, we'll target local businesses seeking video advertising, local artists that want to get music videos and movies made, and people in the community that are seeking to document events like weddings.
So with COVID, people have been utilizing technology a lot more than they have used to in the past. So according to Forbes, 87% of potential customers would like to see a video advertisement, and 46% will actually interact with the business after seeing one. So basically, the demand for videography and filmmaking is increasing and can be used in many ways. So as you can see here, West Virginia is extremely underrepresented in the industry with only 47 businesses. And so there is definitely a lot of room to grow.
So to be able to validate our business through evidence, we sent out a poll to art students at our college to gauge their interest. These are some of the questions that we asked on the poll. We discovered through this poll that our target market feels the same way that we do, that there is a problem and that there's a desire for a business like ours. We also reached out to a lot of businesses in our area, and we saw a lot of interest from both chains and local businesses, but we saw the most promise from small businesses.
So because we have, our goal is to have several people working through our company with varying levels of experience, we also want to be able to offer our customers varying price points according to their specific needs. So we would plan to offer 3 different packages of varying quality, but depending on the jobs that we're doing, we will take a service-oriented approach by giving them a quote within a range, a price range. And we'll be happy to offer more specific questions about this in the Q&A, but here's the general outline. So beginning with the beginner package. This is for any business that's, if your budget is $2,000 and below, this is the package for you. We would plan to offer an intermediate level videographer along with a beginner as a second shooter, and this may potentially be their first job. And they get hands-on experience through this work. So this package would also include the bare essentials, so camera, tripod, microphone, and some basic lighting equipment. And it would essentially be close approaching professional quality, but nothing too fancy. And this package would be offered at our most modest price point. Now, for this package, this is more of work that's in line with what these gentlemen in the back are doing. This is professional level videography. So this would bring on an actual experienced videographer, like someone like myself, or someone that I would hopefully want to hire through the company. And then they would bring an intermediate level apprentice as a second shooter, someone who's a little more experienced, knows a little more of what they're doing. This package would also include the bare essentials, like the previous package, and also with some bells and whistles added in, be it drone footage, be it higher level post-production. This package would offer more of what our customer may be needing. And this price point would probably be a lot more competitive with out-of-state videographers. I'm thinking along the lines of $25 to $75 an hour, depending on the specific gig. And then this is the pie in the sky package. This production package is what I would love to actually really be able to offer to the state. This is a full budget production. So we're talking a commercial shoot with a team, with a crew, with several crew members that have experience with their specific job and are dedicated to that job. We would hope to have the best quality equipment on standby for this, and we'd be shooting narrative films that artists would be trying to make, or commercial TV shoots. So for expenses, there you go.
My bad.
Our company has a high startup cost because mostly what we need is big budget equipment to be able to offer, especially the pie in the sky package. We already got an investment of $2,000 that was graciously offered to us through Marshall, and then we also have grants available to us. And then Taylor, if you want to talk about.
Yeah. So based on our estimates, we would need about $6,000 to get our company started when you factor in all of the equipment that we would need. But this $6,000 would only cover our bare bones essentials like cameras, mics, and lights, and that kind of stuff. As our business grows, we would also need a budget for possibly a permanent office space and more professional employees and like types of higher quality equipment.
So through the research we've conducted, we discovered that there is a need for a business like ours, and that small businesses and students specifically want what we offer. And we also found some potential grants that we qualify for, which would change the way that we think about our cost structure. Another pivot was whenever we attended the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition at Marshall. And this, along with the feedback we've received from our peers and helpful other people, this helped us rethink our pricing strategies, such as cost for cameras, equipment, computer software, location, and transportation. We also reviewed our startup options, such as beginning as a mobile service where we would rent our locations day by day, and then setting up a permanent location for a business down the road.
So to wrap up, essentially we want to foster an environment where aspiring filmmakers and videographers can incubate their talents and grow into working professionals. We would recruit apprentices and give them a hands-on experience with film equipment and videography work, and hopefully some of these students will eventually grow to be hireable through our company. And as professionals working through our company, they'd actively be taking jobs for local businesses, artists, and clients throughout West Virginia, generating revenue for the company and also contributing to making art more accessible in our state. So by inspiring the next generation of film and videography, supporting communities through videography and film work, we would hopefully show off more of the beautiful state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Hey guys. So you talked a lot about, or a little bit about costs and how your startup costs are going to be expensive in the front end, obviously. I mean, it's a high-tech business. You need expensive equipment, obviously. So my question to you is, will you mentioned 3 packages. You had the beginner, the professional, and the production. So at the front end of this, and I guess that means within the first year to 2 years, do you anticipate you'll be able to offer all 3 packages given the equipment costs and all the other costs associated with that, or will you have to start with smaller stuff?
So we would have to start with smaller stuff and work our way up. So the $6,000 option that you saw, that is the leanest startup. That's where we can, off the bat, with that cost, we can start recruiting apprentices and start teaching them how to do basic videography work. And then we could grow them into professionals with that. Over time, we would have to continue to raise the money to get to the bigger budget and the higher tech work. So it is an overtime thing. I don't know. It depends on how successful we are. I would think that within a few years, we would have the funds to do that. But initially, that's not where we're starting.
Hi.
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 So I may have missed this, so I apologize. The videographers, the workers that you have actually performing the work, can you tell me about the compensation plan for them, or is this strictly an unpaid internship sort of arrangement?
So I do have a compensation plan for those workers, especially so for people that I would be hiring, I know a few people who would actually be really good teachers for apprentices. I would want to pay them a salary. And so initially, the $6,000 cost that you saw doesn't cover that. Initially, it would just be me. And then as for people I'm bringing on as second shooters, I'd say as second shooters for like the beginner level package, that would be an internship sort of thing. So they can kind of be on the job and be around it and kind of get experience. Now over time, especially if we're jumping up to that intermediate level, I would part of the quote that I would give to a business would cover their costs and their compensation for the time that they're putting in. So does that answer the question? Yeah. Cool.
So, Logan, in your presentation, you talked about social enterprise, right? And that's a topic I'm really quite familiar with. So, when looking at your business structure, are you looking to structure as a for-profit social enterprise, a nonprofit social enterprise? Have you considered which? How might you look at that?
I would think I'm open to either option. To be honest with you, I need to look a little bit more into that. Initially, my gut reaction is for-profit, but that could definitely change as I look more into it.
I would encourage you to look into business structure and operations. There's a huge misnomer that nonprofits can't actually make money. That's not the case. There are quite a few really great examples locally, regionally, nationally, internationally of nonprofits that really do great work in the communities, but they also financially are quite healthy. You look at the additional benefit of being able to apply for grant monies to help cover overhead and various pieces of the whole financial picture as a nonprofit. So kick that around.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Talk a little bit more about the Senate bill that you mentioned. How does the Senate bill either directly or indirectly help you guys, especially as a startup?
Do you want to cover this?
Oh, sure. So what the Senate bill does is people haven't been able to make movies in West Virginia for a very long time because the tax cost for it is so high that it's just not even worth it. So what this bill does is it kind of counteracts that and makes it easier for films to come here and to make money. So that helps us out a lot because people see that happening and they're like, oh wow, this can happen in our state. I can do this too, and then they find us. I think it's what? Yeah.
Have you guys initiated?
Yeah, no, it's made it past the Senate. I know that much, yeah. Fabulous.
Have you guys initiated discussions with the West Virginia Film Office yet?
Mm-mm.
No, you actually, I was going to ask if you guys have interacted with anybody in the industry.
I have. A lot of the work I've done so far is from in Bridgeport, Clarksburg area. That area, there are a few filmmakers in that area that I've worked with, mostly just independent projects. As for the film office, I have not contacted them yet, but I've networked around the state a little bit, and I've talked to some people, and I have experience being on a film set, and I know what that is like, and it's just a matter of I think reaching out to that film office and to those people.
Hi. So I know I just said, hey, have you considered nonprofit structure? One of the things I want to talk a little bit about is what I've termed toxic entrepreneurship. Here's what that means. So there are existing videography businesses, right, across our state. I know you showed that West Virginia is quite underrepresented. I don't know if that was considered as a per capita number or if it was just a straight number. You know, we don't have as many residents as Georgia, for example. So the thing to consider really is if by you launching this business, are you putting other people out of business? And especially if you take on the nonprofit structure where you can sort of undergird part of your expenses through grant monies, whereas the for-profit businesses are having to earn everything through straight revenue. So just something to consider there. Not necessarily a question. I mean, we can talk about it if you like.
I would like to respond to that, actually, because I know there's one individual who runs a video production company that I know, he and I have kind of generated this idea together a little bit. And what I would like to do is hire people who have existing businesses to come teach with us and to come share their knowledge with us. And I would obviously compensate them for that. My idea is very much to make this something that is a community effort, so hopefully to mitigate putting people out of business, because I care about professionals being able to work in this state and growing the industry in the state. That's my main goal.
Have you considered other potential costs, such as any liability insurances and such, as you figured into your calculations for operating expenses?
We've looked at a few of those things. One thing that we have looked at, and you two feel free to chime in if I'm forgetting anything. So we've looked at, a big thing that we looked at recently was where are we going to be? We talked about being mobile to start, but actually having a facility, that's a cost that we would like to add. As far as liability expenses, things like that, we need to look a little more into that, but I believe that also kind of should fall. We factored a little bit of money in that lean startup to kind of cover those sorts of things.
I've also looked into platforms like Upwork, where it's this two-sided platform where you've got people that need and people that have various skills to see would an arrangement like that be beneficial for you? Have you thought about that? Have you kicked that around at all?
Is that similar to like Angie's List or something like kind of that sort of idea? Or
Basically, on Upwork, you can sign up as a doer of things or as one who needs things done. So, like, I can go on and hire someone to do accounting work for me, or I can go on and provide accounting work for someone. So, in that instance, there might be an opportunity for those who need videography work to sign up and say, hey, I'm going to need some help. Let me put out a bid and have people bid on stuff. And then on the other side are those that are looking to, do the work.
Yeah. So one of the panelists from the Marshall competition actually mentioned that idea, and that's actually an option I'd really like to explore and work and find a way to work into. I would think that part of that kind of goes into designing a website and having that be part of that website, and then once we have enough people working through our company, we could list their specific, their job application and their resume, what their experience is, what their speciality is, and then through that, people could, if people are looking for sorts of things, they could post it on our website, and then a videographer could respond and say, I'm good with that, and I can do that work. That's something that I think we generated that discussion a little bit after last week, and I would like to continue to explore that.
It's part of the future plan, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Incubation Productions, creating better opportunities for film and video production in the state of West Virginia. Incubation Productions is coached by Doctors Tracy Dodson and Josh Beck of West Virginia Wesleyan College. Thank you, Derek, Elizabeth, Taylor, and Doctors Dodson and Beck. Some closing comments, if I could. We want to thank all the teams that presented their ideas, business models, outlined their journey, and have revealed some of the very important next steps that they are facing. Concurrent with the conclusion of this morning's competition showcase session, the panelists will deliberate on whether the participants will receive any additional funding and/or resources, and these determinations will be revealed this evening at the dinner and awards banquet. We want to thank you for your attendance and attention this morning. As part of the Bridging Innovation Program, please stay with us on site for great food, great fellowship, and a lot of exciting activity today. After a short break, the West Virginia High School Business Plan Competition kicks off at 12:30 p.m., followed by the West Virginia Collegiate Business Plan Competition at approximately 1:40 p.m., the Community Business Plan Competition at 3:10 p.m., and the Vantage Ventures at 4:30 p.m. At 5 p.m., there will be networking and fellowship. Lastly, at 6 p.m., the dinner will begin and the awards event at that time. We want to thank several folks for making today's event possible: the ongoing support of the Robert E. Yancey Senior Entrepreneurship Endowment and the cooperation and support of Marshall University Foundation. The vision, support, and leadership of Marshall University's president, Brad D. Smith, the no longer interim provost, Avi Mukherjee. He was just announced as the permanent provost of Marshall. And Business Dean Jeffrey Archibald and Dean Nancy Langton. We also would like to thank Department Chair for Entrepreneurship Program, Dr. Elizabeth Alexander. Special thanks to the judges that served during the two different phases of the competition, as well as the individual judges that served as campus qualifiers for West Virginia Wesleyan, Concord University, Glenville State University, and West Virginia University. Our student coaches, Dr. Angela Adair at Concord University, Dr. Mark Sarver at Glenville State University, Drs. Tracy Dodson and Josh Beck at West Virginia Wesleyan College, and Ann Jones and Dr. Carrie White at West Virginia University, for their collegiality, friendship, support, and willingness to do the hard work and mentoring and coaching the representatives. We thank you. To Tara St. Clair and Bill Woodrum for their leadership and hard work in organizing and overseeing such a large event with the Bridging Innovation Conference. To our panelists, thanks for your insights and attention today. We appreciate it. And the stern looks, too. Thank you. I think we did that one right. And to all the participants at all the demonstrations and competitions today, thank you for accepting the challenge to tackle the difficult problems that confront us and learn from this experience. Olin, anything else from you, sir? We are adjourned. Thanks very much.
transparent whenever you're talking like this. So the closer you get to the microphone, the better. We've had a couple groups that have just gone point by point.
So all I'm doing is I'm using observational problems. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Ask a question. Well, I kind of had to a little bit of mine to kind of explain the whole especially yeah, so the one beside here, injection system, new tanks, whole lot of
you're going to need the mic to grab one of those mics. Good afternoon. I'm going to keep this very brief because we're running a little bit behind. My name is Tara St. Clair. Thank you for being here today at the high school business plan competition. Students, just to clarify, whenever you are on deck, you can sit in this front row, and then you'll enter right here on the side of the stage, and then you'll exit right here as well. Judges, there are microphones in front of you. You just need to turn them on whenever you have questions. Pitches will be 5 minutes each. Q&A will also be 5 minutes. Michaela right here on the end will be doing the announcing to bring you up. You'll get a 1-minute sign and a stop sign. All right, so let's go ahead and get this party started.
So first we have repeat after me. And then we also have infinite gaming on deck.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah Wilson. I'm currently a junior in high school, but whenever I was in 3rd grade, I was brought into my school's speech therapy program for my R and RL speech impediment. I was a very stubborn kid who did not want to spend my time repeating words after word. I just wanted to play outside in recess with all of the other kids. However, while it's not well known, speech disorders impact nearly 7% of all of Americans and are typically discovered by the time a child is entering 1st grade. Speech intervention is especially important in modern times because communication skills and public speaking are so important in the modern job market. The earlier that a child is provided the speech therapy they need, the more growth that will occur over the years. My product, Repeat After Me, is an app that was created over my own personal experiences as well as my research. As you can see in the middle image on the screen, this is a collection of problem speech areas that would be included in my app. Like for me, I would pick the word R or RL, and then from here it would bring a word on the screen, such as the example, soccer. Then the user would repeat the word, and using Google Services' new pronunciation tool, it would be able to give instant feedback to the user on how to fix their pronunciation. I had to decide during my research project whether to create an app or a handheld device. While I originally held the idea that I wanted to do a device, I decided throughout my research to change to an app. It would not only be more cost-effective for me, but also for my user. Also, those in rural communities would have more opportunities for an app versus a handheld device. My customer demographic was built throughout my research. I decided I wanted an audience of children with speech disorders aged from 6 to 10 years old, while my actual customer was the parents with an annual wage of about $60,000 to $100,000. My app not only provides a non-judgmental zone for the children, but it also provides the supporting role that the parents need during this difficult time. The speech therapy market over the next 3 years is expected to have a 10% growth rate, so this is a very important time to become part of the speech therapy technology market. I would join the market through the speech therapist that I was able to interview during my original processes of this competition. This would gain me market validation before my final app was created, where I'd bring my product to market through social media ad campaigns and also speech pathologist-led podcasts. I was able to gain feedback on my Google Services aspect of my app recently with a local speech therapist. She believed this would be a very useful tool that others would be able to use, and she even used it with a child with autism. She believed that if there was a wide variety of words and also images of tongue placement, that this would be a very helpful app, so I gladly added these to my design. My main competitions during this time would be apps like Articulation Station and Splingo. However, they are more game-oriented apps, and they also have longer text. I want to have shorter text so all age groups are able to use this app, and also I want to make sure the educational value of my app is not lost. There are currently no apps like mine in the speech therapy market. Some have recording values, but none are able to give instant feedback. My ask today is a total of $10,000. Within the first 3 to 4 months, I would use this to create a minimally viable product of my design. Within the first 6 months, I would turn to investments and market validation. By year 1, I hope to have a total of $120,000 to use for my app development. By year 2, I would have my app developed and bring it to market for profit. My profit could be counted as the monthly subscription cost, which is $20, which is comparable to current speech therapy costs for a monthly amount. A period of use, which is an average of 12 months for speech therapy, and I'd have a customer retention rate of about 75%, multiplied by an estimated user amount of $1,000 users. This would be $180,000 by year 1. I was able to partner with a local speech development manager and his team who were able to make these user interfaces designs for me. Going through, this would be the home screen that would take you to your speech areas, meetings, helps guides, and calendar. The speech areas would be chosen, and then there would be an example word on the screen. From there, the user would either get a good job if they correctly pronounce the word, or they would get feedback on how to fix the word for their next pronunciation. I also hope in the future to bring out a telehealth practice part to my app that would be able to provide those with an additional cost to their subscription. They would be able to have meetings with a private speech therapist once a month. If given the opportunity today, I would like to help children like me and my parents, like my mom, to bridge their relationship as well as academic and professional gaps for children in their futures with Repeat After Me. Thank you.
Up next, we have Infinite Gaming, and then we also have M&M Custom Beats. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone.
On. Thank you. Hi, I'm Sarah, too. It's
Hi.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. Thank
Nice to
you
meet you.
so much for bringing this product to market to us. Can I ask you, is there any national certification for applications like Repeat After Me? Is there some verification, that the effectiveness of your app or otherwise?
Currently, I'm not aware of that as of yet.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Sarah, great job. This on?
Yes.
Great job. Thank you so much for coming here. It's a beautiful job. Have you thought about partnership with somebody who has more of a technical background, technology background, as you develop the app? It seems like you did a really good job on the user interface and that stuff and the design. But to get that to market, what are your thoughts there?
I was able during my research project to actually talk to several software development managers and their teams to be able to figure out the logistical aspects of this. So I also was planning on contacting certain Google development managers that are also in charge of this pronunciation product that recently came out. So I'll turn to that whenever I start beginning to create my minimally viable product.
Hi.
It's on? There we go. My name is Mark. Well done.
Thank you.
Question for you in your research. One of the projections you had was a 75% retention rate. Were you able to validate that number, or how was it estimated?
I was estimating it based on currently how long children are spent in speech therapy, which was an average around 6 months to 2 years. So I estimated that if it was about a year, it would be a 75% retention rate. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. My name is Tom. Congratulations on a great presentation.
Thank you.
Question is, this is a user interface, an app with technology. Is there a program where this can be used with a speech therapist in combination, or is it designed to be used simply as a standalone product?
I was actually planning on having it as a supplement as well as its own tool, because I know some people in rural communities are not given the opportunities to go to speech therapy, and it's common that it takes a lot of time to get these appointments for speech therapy. So I was more planning on it just being whatever people needed the opportunity for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, again, great job. I have a follow-up question from Tom. Have you looked at possibly partnering with school systems? I know they have speech therapists in the school systems to utilize this tool when they go in to help kids be able to speak better.
Yeah, whenever I was doing my interviewing process, I actually was able to talk to my county's local speech therapists, and they all were extremely interested in my idea, and that's actually why I turned to whenever gaining feedback about the Google service. So I would like to, whenever I begin marketing for my app, bring it to the school systems first, so they'd be able to test it with their audience.
This is going to be the last question.
Well, first off, I think that was an absolutely incredible presentation. I think you did a phenomenal job. The application seems like it has tons of use cases. One thing that I think I would just encourage you to look at is that there's probably some medical reimbursement capability in this when it comes to partnering with speech therapists. They will have wonderful insights for you, as you take this path. You also mentioned parent income level, I think, of $60,000 to $100,000.
Yeah.
I'm just going to speak maybe for myself and maybe what I've seen out there. If there's a parent that has a child that has a speech issue, I don't know that it's going to matter to them what their income is. They're probably going to want to get their child help. So I'm not sure that, I'm curious how you came up with that, but just a comment there that I think that this is the kind of thing, if it's actually proves some efficacy, people will definitely use it.
Okay. Thank you.
Now up next, we have Infinite Gaming and then M&M Custom Baits on deck.
Hello, my name is William Wojtowicz, and I'm. Hello, my name is William Wojtowicz, and I'm the founder of Infinite Gaming. Esports is a huge industry. In 2018, viewership of the League of Legends World Championship almost matched that of the Super Bowl. There are many collegiate and high school esports teams. There are 140,000 high school students alone on esports teams. There are also new college degrees focusing on esports. The mission of Infinite Gaming is to build and sell high-performance gaming computers at an affordable price. Gamers want the best graphics and performance. Our systems integrate the best GPU and CPU for your money. We allow gamers to customize every aspect of their product. We have custom cooling solutions for overclocking. We also have pre-designed entry, mid, and high-end computers. In March of 2022, we built a custom computer for $1,500. We sourced our components from Best Buy, Micro Center, and Amazon. It took 2 hours to build. The performance was amazing. This is our mid-range product that we would sell for $2,000. Interaction with customers will be a big part of our business. We plan on attending esports events and computer conferences. We will bring our demo computers to show their outstanding performance. We will also talk with gamers and teams to receive feedback on user needs. These pictures show me attending the Virginia High School State Esports Tournament. At the tournament, I talked with coaches and their teams. Infinite Gaming will have a website where we interact with customers, sell our products, and post demos. We do not plan to have a physical store. We will also run ads on Google Ads, YouTube, and Twitch. We will reach out to content creators to ask them to try out our products and grow awareness about our company. We will buy components directly from the manufacturers to cut down costs. These components will be shipped to our lab where we will assemble and test the products. Our computers will then be shipped to the customer. Shipping will be paid for by the customer. By having several suppliers, we can manage component supply issues, especially for graphics cards. At first, we will buy parts on demand, but as our company grows, we will have a stock of parts to cut down wait time. Infinite Gaming will provide entry, mid, and high-end computers. We will provide the best graphics card and CPU for your budget. We will also engineer the best cooling solutions so that customers can overclock their machines to get the best possible performance. Our mid and high-end computers will be sold at a 33% profit. Our entry-level computer will be sold at a 21% profit. These prices are significantly lower than the prices made of comparable models by our competitors. We have lower prices because we focus on the performance rather than the aesthetics. Our company has an advantage over others because we focus on the most essential gaming components, the GPU and CPU. Our machines will have high-quality parts and engineering. We will offer service contracts for teams and provide consulting services. We will also sell our higher performance computers at lower prices than other companies. These graphs show our 2-year estimated number of sales and revenue. There is a potential for much higher revenue for the sale of extremely high-performance multi-GPU gaming machines. Again, our best marketing opportunity is attending esports competitions and demonstrations of our machines. We will sell service contracts for an extra fee. Infinite Gaming will also allow gamers to upgrade their machines over time with newer GPUs, CPUs, memory, and disk space. Clients would ship the machines back to our lab where we would make the upgrades. We could also increase our revenue by selling items such as mousepads, mugs, and sweatshirts. Infinite Gaming has a startup budget of $20,000. This money will be used to build 2 demo computers, 3 computers for sale, purchase high-resolution monitors, and travel to conferences and esports competitions. Thank you.
Great job with the presentation. I think I've built my own computers in the past and continue to, well, kind of haven't built them in a little while. It does fascinate me that people still don't really know how to build them very well, do they, right? So I think you've found that even going to gaming conferences that your expertise is needed, even with these professionals, which is pretty cool and fascinating. It's not an area that I'm really familiar with. But when you look at this $20,000 ask that you have, it seems like it's almost like a loan. It seems like, because you're gonna make money off of that money and then just keep repeating it. So I'm just kind of curious how the $20,000 will be spent and how you're gonna continue to scale up from that, or if it's just gonna be from the sales. And the second part to my question would be the profit margins that you had. Did they include your time or labor, or were those just based on the component parts?
Those were just based on the component parts.
Yeah, I would definitely want to try to include people's time into your profit margins, or that's going to throw off your numbers. So how would you use that $20,000?
I would build 2 demo computers for advertising purposes, and I would travel to esports competitions and conferences to like promote my brand. I would also build 3 computers for sale as like the first release of our product.
Great, thanks.
It's another great presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those of us who don't know how to build a computer, can you talk a little bit about the skills and then perhaps the talent that you would need to expand your team if you grew at the level you're projecting?
So the hardest part about building a computer is picking the right parts and knowing which parts will work together. So you have to get the right motherboard and chipset and all the graphics cards and memory and stuff. And you have to know how to put all that together. And I think the skills required would just be like knowing where everything goes in the computer and knowing in what order to put the parts in. Because if you put in the parts at the wrong time, it won't go together well.
Question? That was a great answer. Are you aware of adjacent industries or other areas that might want to buy your high-speed computers?
So 3D modeling and animation, those fields require very high quality computers. So that's another field that would want to buy our computers.
Great, thank you. I'll offer this up to you. You might want to look at the crypto space. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, William, again, great presentation. Just curious on your take on the supply chain issue. Any supply chain issues getting the parts that you will need to build your computers?
So because of cryptocurrency, there's a shortage of graphics cards, and there's a supply chain issue with getting enough silicon for the graphics cards. So until that is fixed, graphics cards are going to be more expensive. So we're going to charge more for our computers because it's a limited supply.
Hi, William. My name is Jeff. Great job on your presentation. For e-gamers or the competitors, how many of them, on a percentage basis, would you say would build their own computer versus buy one from somebody who built it for them?
When I went to the esports competition, I found only 1 team that built their computer. I talked to about 10 teams. I only found 1 that built their own.
William, a great presentation. So I've never built a computer. Wouldn't know how to do that. But I would I might be inclined to go to a store and buy a name brand. Have you considered how you compete effectively in the e-gamer world? Would they be more likely buyers of custom-built products? How do you compete against the big boys, as it were?
So gamers like custom computers because they can tailor it to exactly how they want it to look and their specifications.
This will be our last question.
Is it on? Okay. How long? To build your top-of-the-line custom computer, how much time is it going to take you to do that for one unit?
For the absolute best computer, 5 hours. That's my estimate. Thank you.
Up next, we have M&M Custom Baits, and then on deck, we have the Salem Mission Homeless Center.
My name is Mason Atkinson. I'm the owner of M&M Custom Baits. We have made these baits for about 3 years now. We started making the baits because the larger bait companies didn't have the selection of baits that we wanted or needed as far as colors or styles of baits. They didn't have the quality of baits we was looking for either for the price we was trying to pay for the baits. During the pandemic, the larger bait companies stopped selling any kind of baits to the smaller bait stores in our areas or guide services. So we was able to step in and fill the shoes of the larger companies that were trying to sell, that weren't selling the baits to the smaller companies. We was able to step in and provide the baits needed to keep the doors open and the fishermen happy. I saw an open market because I was already making the baits, so I didn't have to try to learn how to make the baits. I'd been making the baits for a couple years now. So I was able to step in immediately as soon as I saw the problem and be able to provide the smaller bait stores with the baits they was needing to keep the doors open. Our target market is the smaller bait shops and guide services, as well as the individual customer who is trying to customize baits for any specific body of water they're fishing, any type of fish or area they're fishing, and we're able to customize the product they have or they're wanting and contend quality and cost with the bigger bait companies around the area. The reason, or the customer's paying for the ability to customize the bait in any style or color they're wanting. They're also paying for the quality of bait and quantity. The price doesn't change color to color, but if you're adding 2 colors into one bait, the price will change with that, as well as shipping, just depending on where the bait is going. We're asking for $2,500 for the Shooting Star injection system, which will help increase our production by 6% or times 6. The air vise, which will help us keep the molds together while we're trying to shoot multiple molds at once with a quick release of being able to get the baits out of the mold and back into the mold through the injection as fast as we can get it done. The Shooting Star system helps us keep the plastisol hot and colored and stirred, so we're not having to constantly reheat the plastisol and the Pyrex cups we're using now and risk burning the baits because we're constantly reheating and reshooting these baits. So it keeps them hot, it keeps them stirred, and it keeps them able to shoot for us over a longer period of time so we can keep the baits going. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate the opportunity and the chance to be here. So.
So, Mason, very nice job. Way to go. So great opportunity in a very large market there. A lot of people are trying to make a lot of money in this particular fishing industry. I'll ask the question that I think many people are wondering. So tell us about fish and colors. Do fish like different colors?
Yeah, so it depends on the area you're fishing, the color of the water, even as far as like the way the clouds are that day, how dark it is, how light it is, even heat changes the colors of things. So it all just depends on the area and time you're fishing a year. So.
It looks like your go-to-market strategy is to try to maybe partner or go to some of the big, companies, the Bass Pro Shops, et cetera. But you also have an opportunity to sell a lot of these online. Have you thought about that as part of
Yeah,
your
I have a website already created. I'm just trying to figure out the being able to pay through the website and get that part set up so they're able to order and pay through the website and it comes directly to me.
I was just thinking about what you just said. So the pandemic really created an opportunity, right?
Yes.
That's what you said. So how do you maintain that opportunity when the pandemic starts to wane? How do you keep your market share and grow it?
So our baits are able to contend with the quality and cost of the larger bait stores that were filling these positions beforehand, but now they're able to have the customization of any kind of bait or color they're wanting. So they're liking to be able to have the customization ability through the baits.
Good presentation, Mason. So you've already made these. Have you sold some already?
Yes. So
if you sold some, tell us a little bit about how much you've sold and your profit margins.
So our profit margins are 90%. That's where we're sitting. That's just for the materials. It's 90% just for materials. Our first year we started this, we made $2,000 in sales. The second year was the same $2,000, and then this year we're sitting about $800 because of the time of year. They're just now starting to stock the trout, which is the trout worms you see there is our biggest seller. That's what we sell the most of during that time of year. So.
Can you share a little bit about the investment and what it'll do to help you scale your bait production?
So with the Shooting Star system, it allows us to, so right now we're working out of Pyrex cups, the glass cooking cups, I guess. And we're only able to handle probably anywhere from 1.5 to 2 cups at a time. The Shooting Star system is 6 quarts in each tank. So we're able to have a lot more volume within the system itself, and it keeps it heated for us, so it stays at 300 degrees, about 350. So it's constantly ready to shoot and not cooling down on us to having to reheat. So we're able to keep shooting over and over again. It increases our production time.
Great presentation, Mason. Along those lines, I was wondering, you've talked about the big bait stores, but on the manufacturing side, do you have competition that makes similar product? Because I used to fish. I've seen some things that look familiar to me here, but I'd like to give you a little color around who else was doing this on the manufacturing side.
None that I've seen that are doing exactly what I'm doing. Some of them are close, kind of the same principle, but not the same area or even the same style of baits I'm using right now. The trout worms, for instance, that's one of the ones that I've seen that nobody else has exactly. They're modeled after the Berkley Power Worm, which is one of the top sellers of the trout worms. So we've got that mold and able to do any color you're wanting. So nobody else has that style of mold that I've seen. So that's kind of one thing we have that nobody else has is that style of mold.
If anyone has any more. No, why it's not.
Actually, there's 2 questions in this. One is, do they work?
Yes, they do work.
I'm going to catch bigger fish when I use your bait.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Next question. You mentioned that you sold to small stores. Will this be competing with the smaller stores that you've been selling to? Or is this a different product?
Right now, we're one of the main shops we're in is the Spring Hill Rod and Gun in Canal City, I believe. Where's that came there exactly? But the bigger companies wasn't supplying the baits, So we were able to step in and keep their doors open with the soft plastic bags they was needing to keep the doors open and their customers happy.
McKinney?
It probably would a little bit, but we're still going to be, we'll be focused more towards the individual customer in the website, but we'll be also focused a lot towards the bait shops and keeping their doors open and keeping them happy.
Up next, we have Salem Mission Homeless Center, and then on deck, we have Advanced Propulsion Concepts.
I am Carrie Lloyd, and this is Alexis Lamb, and we are doing the Salem Mission Homeless Center.
One day, while driving to a local grocery store in Salem, West Virginia, I noticed a growing problem within my hometown. Over 50 homeless were gathered underneath a small pavilion. I asked the store owner what was happening, and she informed me that other homeless shelters were at full capacity and couldn't afford to house anyone else. This was a heartbreaking experience.
The Salem Mission Center is a nonprofit that we will renovate one of the many abandoned buildings in town and turn it into a safe haven for those in need. We supply food, clothing, shelter, and love. The PowerPoint shows a picture of our building on 165 East Main Street.
Our main goals include providing temporary housing for homeless, providing basic necessities to the homeless that may need it, decreasing the negative stigma directed towards homeless people, and overall reduce the number of homeless on the streets.
Our services include provided housing for homeless to get off the weathers, as well as security and stability. We will also offer services such as counseling, transportation, religious services, and help applying for benefits to get their life back on track. This may include medical cards and SNAP cards.
So our startup funding will come from grants, and the one I was looking at was the Continuum of Care grant, as well as donations and the $10,000 we will get from this competition.
We have many like-minded people within the community who have already put an effort to help the homeless by offering donations. They would be more than happy to help us reach our goals. Local businesses we have interviewed agree that homelessness is a big issue in Salem. When asked what the solution is, many said a shelter would be a good start. Many of these businesses also mentioned that they would help contribute to a shelter by giving donations and volunteering. Our center would also be a good way to get community service hours.
So the businesses up on the screen are the ones that have already tried to make a difference. The business Healing Hands Massage, LLC, and the Upper Room have gathered food, clothing, and necessities for homeless. My Father's Hand has donated winter coats and clothes to distribute amongst the homeless. The IGA has donated food, and the Horizons Church has installed lockers for the homeless to leave their belongings in, so they aren't seen as backpackers. The biggest need for the homeless is a shelter. During the interview portion of the competition, we were able to talk to many suffering from this epidemic. This turned out to be the most eye-opening part of this project. Homeless are more than others assume. They are appreciative, kind-hearted people that deserve more than what they can currently afford. We must target this problem and shrink it before the problem gets worse. This business has the potential to change a whole community in a positive way. The Upper Room owner said, "The issue of homelessness is one that could easily be overlooked if we aren't paying attention. We have driven by the homeless for months and maybe even years, not realizing how big of a problem we have in our community. We recognize the deterioration of the town, but made little effort to make change. Caring is the first step in making the change."
I'll leave you with one last thing to think about from one of our homeless interviewees. All it takes is one decision and you could be homeless too. Think about it. Thank you for your attention. This was the Salem Mission Center by Carrie Lloyd and Alexis Lamb.
Well, Carrie, Lexi, bless you, first of all. You touched our hearts. That was really a great presentation, so thank you. Specific question, who owns the building right now, and what would it take to acquire the building?
The owner of the IGA right now is currently owning the church, and actually a few months back, it got broke into because of druggies and just homeless in general trying to find somewhere to be safe and feel at home. And this is why we think this place would be a good idea to start it, because people are already trying to get in a safe area and trying to stay warm in the winter times and just to feel safe in general.
Great presentation. You had mentioned that there were some other homeless shelters that had shut down. In your research, were there any lessons learned in terms of why they shut down that in your plan you guys can address up front?
Well, they aren't shut down, but they can't house any more than they have at the moment because of COVID. So the closest place is about 45 minutes away, and there are a lot of people in between. Like, there's 2 homeless shelters, each 45 minutes away from Salem. So a lot of them are just in the middle, and they have no place to go right now.
Again, Carrie, great presentation. So what do you think your overall budget would be to start what you want to do? Said you'd get 10,000, looking for 10,000 here, but how much more money do you think you need to raise before you could get this off the ground?
Honestly, we talked to another owner of a homeless shelter, and he said his costs were $10,000. We've already got the building, and we could rent it out for this person is wanting to help the homeless too, so she would rent it to us for, I'd say, how much do you think? A really good deal. We don't know exactly.
Yeah, maybe along those same lines, one of the things that I was thinking about is it sounds like there's a couple other dominoes that need to fall for this whole thing to work. So even if we were to award $10,000 through this competition, that probably wouldn't be enough, I guess, to make this project go and be sustainable. You'd need to line up other things as well. Is that true?
Yeah, there are certain grants that we can get, like federal and state level, and the Continuum of Care grant would help a lot, and that would put a lot of money into this too. And there's a bunch of people in the community that would donate money, food, anything. They just want to help these people because they see the need too.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you. It's nice to see a heart in these things. Can you talk a little bit, when you think about running a shelter in that physical space, how would you staff it? It's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. Who would come in and help you with those things?
So our families would help us run it, and we'll also have we can have three workers for 24 hours that actually get paid by the state, and then the rest can be volunteers. So we'll have somebody there when we need them.
A great presentation. Thanks for working on this issue. If you solve this, there'll be people all across the country beating a path to your door to figure out how you do it. So it's a big issue. Thank you. A question, and we've encountered this at my church with similar effort, is location and the neighborhood and the support or opposition or concerns of those in the neighborhood. We know you have the obvious support of the owner of the building. Do you have a sense that it would be welcomed in the community? Have you looked at that?
Yes, the community just wants to help these people. They've, a lot of people have donated their time to give food, clothes, and other things. And many businesses right now, like Domino's and the Dairy Queen, they've given food for dinners for these people, and they've really appreciated it.
That's all the time that we have today. Thank you. Up next, we have Advanced Propulsion Concepts.
Hello, my name is Ralph Wojtowicz, and I am the founder of Advanced Propulsion Concepts. Our mission is to create the world's most efficient and powerful plasma engines for weather, communications, and other satellites. In 2019, we designed the world's first multi-stage electrohydrodynamic engine. This project was recognized as one of the top 300 projects in the National Science Fair. Now, we have transitioned to a more practical technology. Over the past few years, there has been a rapid increase in satellite launches. 2020 and 2021 were back-to-back launch records, and this trend doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. Helicon plasma engines weigh 30% less than conventional chemical thrusters, resulting in up to $1 million in savings per launch. Plasma engines will make our client satellites last up to 4 times longer. We have organized our business progression into 5 stages to set goals and have an outline for what we must accomplish. Stage 1, a solid foundation. This stage will last 6 months and cost $3,000. It will be paid for by personal investment. In this stage, we will register our business as a West Virginia LLC, continue to grow client relationships, and run computer simulations to optimize the magnetic nozzle and helicon antenna designs. We also hope to secure Stage 2 funding, as well as publish our website, establish phone and bank accounts, make business cards, and buy accounting software. We may also conduct low-cost plasma experiments. Stage 2, forward momentum. This stage will last 2 years and cost $35,000. It will be paid for by the West Virginia NASA Space Grant Consortium and student research funds. In the picture to the bottom left, I meet a lieutenant colonel from the U.S. Space Force. I also talked to another official from the Space Force and several scientists conducting plasma research. In this stage, we will demonstrate Helicon plasma engine technologies. The primary cost will be equipment to build a plasma engine. Our marketing goal is to obtain funding for Stage 3. We hope to have similar capabilities as the University of Maryland lab that we traveled to several months ago. Their space was small, but they were a highly productive research facility. Here are some of our major clients. Stage 3, Taking flight. This stage will last 2.5 years and cost $100,000. It will be paid for by SBIR and STTR programs. In the picture to the upper right, I traveled to West Virginia University to explore one of the top plasma research facilities in the U.S. Our goal is to launch a prototype engine on a CubeSat, secure launch opportunities with NASA CSLI, collect data for production models, and pursue marketing opportunities with satellites and satellite companies and government agencies. Stage 4, APC in space. This stage will last 2 years and cost $700,000. It will be paid for by Plasma Engine clients as well as SBIR and STTR programs. In this stage, we will complete all our validation tests, launch our engines on satellites, and increase our staff to complete testing, contracting, research, and marketing. We may also explore licensing or selling our engine technologies. Stage 5, expanding universe. This is the final stage of APC. We expect to make over $700,000 in the first year. Our staff will include 5 part-time engineers, contracting, and marketing. Our main expenses will be equipment, travel, and salaries. We hope to sell 4 to 6 engines in our first year. We may also expand to more business areas such as satellites that can remove space junk and plasma engines for atmospheric flight. Our competitors are Phase 4, Ad Astra, the European Space Agency, Center, T4I, and T4I. There are also several universities doing Helicon plasma engine research. So far, only Phase 4 has put an engine on a commercial satellite. The average time between starting a company and having a commercial sale is about 6 years. Advanced propulsion concepts will succeed over our competitors because we will have access to new technologies and designs, a variety of funding opportunities, and technical superiority. We can also use existing research. We'll offer our engines at cheaper prices with more customizability options and are a small business and therefore can be a more efficient corporate operation. Our flight path to success starts with Stage 2 and a $35,000 investment to build our experimental facilities. Thank you.
Great presentation, but way over a lot of our heads. So we're trying to struggle with some questions for you, but it's very good. First question I got to ask are, how are you and William related?
Yes.
Brothers?
We are brothers.
So who's got the better presentation, you or William?
I'm not going to answer that.
Good, quick, good. Politically correct. But so how'd you come up with this idea to do this?
I've always been fascinated with engineering and space travel, and I've always thought of ideas to come up with new ways to do that. And this just seemed like a great project for me to do.
Well, Ralph, you really thought through the whole process here with the SBIRs and STTRs and getting funding from the federal government. That's well thought out. Congratulations for that. How does one go about getting a satellite into space? Do you have to have an arrangement with one of these private entities right now? How do you go about doing that even through a CubeSat?
There are programs such as the NASA CSLI program, the CubeSat Launch Initiative, and they can pay you up to $300,000 to help get your CubeSat into orbit.
Ralph, I have a question for you. So excellent job. And to follow up with what Mike said, I agree. Well thought out. You've really put some time and effort into realistic timeframes to get to a commercial spot. When you go in to test something like this, and I don't know anything about satellites or rockets, do you need more than one on each rocket? Is it 2 per rocket, 4 per rocket, or does it just depend? And then what about some of the other people like you see Elon Musk and SpaceX, things like that? Are they working on something like this?
I do not believe so. And you only need one engine, but if you want more power, you can purchase multiple engines.
Ralph, that was a great presentation. Thank you. Oftentimes in the entrepreneurial community, we seek entrepreneurs who have great visions, who do an interim step. It's called prototyping. If you were to not go the full-blown pathway you just described to us, but do an interim step where we could see a demonstration of the efficacy of your research and work, what would that prototype look like?
We would probably use our materials such as a vacuum chamber and just have our engine in there, because it doesn't work in the atmosphere because of the atmospheric pressure, but we could show you that, and that's how we also will conduct tests to increase the power.
Ralph, great presentation. Greg, I will share your mystification at all the technology here, but I will say that my oldest son actually does this. I don't understand him either. He's an aerospace engineer and a physicist, and he does this for a living. And so it's very exciting to see you dream this and have to have thought this out so precisely in terms of a business plan over multiple years. My question is, to what extent is this plasma technology proven technology versus experimental? Can you give us a little bit of insight there?
It's a proven technology. Companies such as Phase 4 have actually sold these products, and these engines work much better than conventional rockets. They last up to 4 times as long and don't require as much fuel. They weigh less.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great job with the presentation, Ralph. I think a lot of us are in the same boat in terms of the level of sophistication here. Just a question was, when you have these other folks that are trying to tackle this, how are you all going to tackle it better, cheaper, faster than everyone else? What makes you all more qualified to do so and more trusting?
Since I'm a high school and college student, there's a variety of funding options for my company, and we can use existing research, so we don't have to spend money figuring out what to do.
That was our last question, and we're all out of time, so thank you.
Thank you.
While he's going off, can you just clarify again how many dollars you're looking for now?
We are looking for funding for stage 2, so $35,000. Okay. Thanks again.
Can we give it up for all of those high school students? I'm blown away. I had no idea what he was talking about in that last pitch, so that is really incredible. So thank you to all of our high school students, to the parents, to the coaches that were here today. Thank you so much for supporting these students in this endeavor. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Judges, if you guys need to take a break, please go ahead. I know we have some college students that need to come up and work on the computer, so we will see you back in 10 minutes.
Microphones take about 3 seconds to connect to the receiver. That's why you keep getting cut off there. Whenever you
Regent business playing competition. Judges, are we feeling good? We're ready to go? All right, let's get it. Okay, let's start. Michaela, I'm going to turn it over to you. Again, it's 5-minute pitch, 5-minute Q&A. Thanks, Michaela.
So first we have Aquasthenics, and then on deck, which you're gonna sit, Tara, over there, you want them? On deck? Okay, sit over there if I say that you're on deck. Avalon Green Apparel is on deck.
All right, how's everybody doing today? All right, so we're Aquasthenics. We are an aquatic exercise equipment company, and we've created this, the PA bar, and it is a way for us to bridge the gap between exercises on land and in water. My name is Tucker Yano. I'm a student of entrepreneurship at WVU.
I'm Chase Rowan. I study exercise physiology with an aquatic emphasis. So a little bit about the PA bar. It's easily attachable and detachable to your pool, as Tucker here will demonstrate. So it lowers into the bottom half of the pool, suction cups on. You can slide that T-bar in. And so a couple exercises we can do are things such as incline push-ups. We can do some bicep curls, tricep extensions. Can't really demo a lot on land because it's meant for water. But other things we can do is leg press, hamstring curls, shoulder mobility work, isometric contractions, and other things like that. So I want to tell you guys how we really got to this point. What happened was I teach a deep water running class at West Virginia University. One day in particular, one of the lifeguards came up to me and he asked me, what we were doing, what was going on in the pool. And so I explained to him that we were exercising, and he really liked that fact that we were doing exercise in the pool. So we kept discussing further, and he explained to me that this was the only way he could exercise in the pool. He could no longer exercise on land. He had arthritis, hip, knee replacements. So just that exercise on land wasn't cutting it for him anymore. So to create this piece of equipment, that was really the goal. I wanted to give back that sense of independence to the individual. They can go to the gym again. They can exercise. They have that ability, whereas before, they can't really do that.
And Chase mentions his experience with a lifeguard, and there are 61 million other people who suffer from some sort of disability within the United States itself. Around 19.7% of West Virginians suffer from some sort of disability. We have actually the highest in the country. The next below is 9.3%, so around 10% less. Most aquatic therapy patients are disabled to some degree. People will have hip replacements, knee replacements. They can't take the impact of exercise on land. So really being able to help them exercise within an aquatic environment and lessen that stress is paramount to us. As well, an elderly population could really benefit from this. There are around 54.1 million people over the age of 65 within the United States as of 2019. The projections for this as of 2040, 80.1 million. That's a 30 million person increase, which is a lot more demand for the aquatic industry in general. The 65 and older population also makes up the largest portion of aquatic therapy patients.
So what is our goal here today? Really what we want to do is we want to provide awareness for the aquatic industry. Not many people know about it. It's a niche group. So having doctors being able to prescribe aquatic therapy is huge for us. Most people just do PT, normal land-based therapy. It varies from person to person. Some people like it. It's great for them. Some people go to therapy and they don't really care for it. It wasn't their cup of tea per se. So to have something like GATE, which involves walking, the aquatic environment provides a safe and supported place for those individuals that we can really take advantage of, unlike we can do on land. And as well with the doctors, we want to be able to eventually have insurance companies be able to provide coverage for those individuals as well.
So, and moving forward to accomplish our goals, we're looking for $30,000 in funding for our first phase. Around $20,000 of that will be used for working capital in production of the first round of manufacturing for the PA bar, as well as its initial prototyping, as we've just received finalized designs for it. This is the MVP. $5,000 will be allocated for patent and research and development expenses, and then another $5,000 will be allocated for marketing and sales expenses.
So I've been to several conferences recently and met some of the individuals like Total Aquatics, AEA, the ATRI, who've really helped us navigate through the aquatics industry. And from what we've found, this equipment can have a lot of potential with these companies. Back from 2011, they've been looking for equipment or something kind of like this that people can use as an intermediate to get from land therapy back to, or water therapy back to land therapy. And yeah, thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate it.
Hey, gentlemen, that was terrific. So I fit your demographic, so I want to buy that one. To talk about price, what do you think you're going to price that particular device at?
So this, the MVP, is what we've got our current numbers set for. This would be priced at somewhere around $1,000. The finalized design for the actual product we expect will be a lot cheaper to make. So we're expecting the price for that to drop, so somewhere around $800 to $850.
Have you got any patent work done yet?
Yeah, so I spoke with Dusty at Akers and Gwynn this last week, and we've already started the paperwork filing for all this.
Right. So the competition, they have underwater treadmills, right? You can get that, but this thing is a lot more than that. So
yes, this offers multi-purpose.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
I have a question here. So a little bit of confusion on my part because you talk about the target market of people with disability and people elderly. So are you looking to sell this to the individuals or is it more to the aquatic centers, the YMCAs, things like that? Because I think that if you sold one of those to a YMCA, that doesn't equate to who the actual swimmers are. So can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, so it's kind of a trickle effect. We have three verticals pretty much. We have the PT market, the at-home market, and then that general exercise population market, which is like YMCAs and things like that. So we want to sell to PTs because the best way this equipment gets spread around is by word of mouth. So that way people at home, they see this after going to therapy and they continue on with this exercise. They're like, oh, this is great. I can put this in my pool. And same with the YMCAs. We sell to them in bulk or if they just want one. And then the at-home market will trickle down as well.
And really, the statistics that I had highlighted were more to highlight the growth of the aquatic therapy market in general. So we would be selling to therapists and YMCs, as you said, yes.
Yeah, good presentation, really enjoyed it. Question for you about how do you get the physical therapy from land to water? Most physical therapists I know have an office without water.
Right, so that really is just based on the facility. That's why we want to create more notoriety and awareness for this kind of thing, because some individuals do have pools, like the PT facilities have a pool, but it's a current pool. So it is specific, it's really small, it's a 4x4. So that's really why we want to create awareness so then individuals will build a little bit of a bigger pool. But this is small enough that we can also try to fit in those tiny pools. And I believe those current pools, they have stainless steel walls in them, so they connect really well with the suction cups as well.
Great presentation, and thanks for taking from your experience to identify and then address an unmet need. It's very exciting. I will start by saying I'm a lawyer, so every time I read in your materials the PA bar, all I could think of was a Pennsylvania bar. So just so you know. But once I got over that confusion, my question is a little bit of a follow-on on the addressable market. And I know it's a growing segment of the population that's over 65, but what about the population that swims and is in pools? Have you studied that and pool availability? I think especially about West Virginia, not everyone has access to a pool. So talk about that market.
Right. So when I was talking with the AEA, we actually discussed how they're trying to develop a program, basically personal training, aquatic personal training. And they said this piece of equipment would really fall in well for something like that. But to just elaborate more, there should be a kickboard, some resistance bands. So for even swimmers and athletes and stuff, this equipment would be great for warm-ups and cool-downs, things like that and such. So having pools available is one of the things that we would like to do just by getting notoriety around. It really, because it's such a niche group, we want to have that notoriety around so people can create more pools for equipment like this.
This will be the last question.
Talk to me about your commercialization plan again, just real quick at the end. So once you have the product, once you get through MVP, and you're going to go to all these markets, are you doing this as a company yourself, or are you out licensing this to someone, or how's that going to work?
So we've not actually spoken to anybody about licensing or anything like that, though we would be open to it depending on the specifics of the incident. But as far as that goes, we're looking at creating and launching these ourselves. And our main goal is to use the aquatic therapy industry as a beachhead, because once we're in so many therapy facilities, people who do therapy at those facilities would see it and want to buy it for themselves, and then they could go, if they have a pool that is suitable for our equipment, they would be able to go and buy it themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Avalon Green Apparel, and then on deck, we have Monster Forge.
Hi, my name is Avalon Green. I'm a collegiate golfer at Glenville State and the founder of Avalon Green Apparel. The distraction that you just witnessed is the distraction that female golfers are constantly experiencing because of their clothes. There's a long history of women's golf clothes that are not really designed for the golfer. I Googled the top selling women's golf apparel, and what came up was Amazon's 50 top selling golf items for women. Check this out. Number 3 has golf as an afterthought, and number 20 doesn't even mention the word golf. Fashion golf is all about looking good, not performance. Are they really playing cards on the green? And check out those prices. This has led to a market that is underpriced, overdeveloped, and dysfunctional. Now introducing Avalon Green Apparel. My line has 3 products, our shirt, our skirt, and our booties, which are a game changer and I'll get to in a second. Most golf shirt sleeves are tight and constricting, limiting your range of motion. We solved this with the Avalon overlay, ensuring full swing mobility. All of our products incorporate a signature mesh tag to ensure breathability and balance, both feminine and athletic beauty. This is the skirt. Notice the mesh inlay as well as the Avalon overlay to have peak performance while out on the golf course. We have 4 pockets, 1 back pocket large enough for scorecards or yardage books, and 2 side pockets complete with hidden zippers if you want that sleek, secure look. Inner shorts are always riding up, causing discomfort and irritation. I solved this with booties, a gusset design that is separated from the skirt so they can be worn individually. Booties are anti-rise and anti-chafe, because don't you hate it when your shorts are constantly riding up, causing you to chafe? And booties feature our 4th hidden pocket. My line is based on customization, so you can mix and match my outfits to fit your needs. We formed a relationship with Janelle Finari, industry expert in sports and performance wear. Janelle has a small cut and sew operation in the New York City garment district, keeping our products American made. All right, let's talk about sales and marketing. There are 5.6 million female golfers on the course in 2019. 40% of new golfers during that pandemic were female, and 53% of women have an income of over $100,000. We have 3 distinct target markets. Let's look at them. There are over 85,000 female players on sports golf teams, so we'll be reaching them by directly selling to their coaches and their schools. While the team is wearing Avalon Green apparel throughout their tournament season, other coaches are going to be inquiring where they purchase their gear, boosting our word-of-mouth sales. And we have our first commitment with Glenville State University. This is Delaney, and she is wearing their uniform. Ooh, go Pioneers. We have identified a market segment that we call the Leslie. We'll be reaching Leslie through launch parties where you can try on and buy Avalon Green apparel, as well as direct-to-consumer sales through our website. Our third market segment is Sandy. Just like to Leslie, we'll be reaching her through our launch parties, but with more focus on our sales through our website. Mainstream golf is low in price and low in performance. Fashion golf is high in price, but even lower in performance. Avalon Green apparel is uniquely positioned to provide both performance and fashion to the women golfer. Our sales cycle begins in June when we contract with Janelle and do our social media launch. This is a list of all my pre-revenue costs. I am asking you to invest the funds necessary to cover these costs so my brand can launch on schedule. My ask is for $17,350. I don't want to putt you on the spot, but you should take a swing with Avalon Green. Close made to scoring. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Well, that was amazing. I don't think I ever imagined I would say this, but I feel like I want to be a woman golfer right now.
It's a good time. Yes, you do.
You know, really, really wonderful presentation, and excited to be a new fan of Glenville State women's golf team.
That's right.
With this money that you have planned, and I know it kind of flashed up somewhat quickly.
Yeah.
Can you just describe a little bit more about how you'd use that money and where it would go and what you need to take it to the next level beyond it?
Yes, I would love to. So we have, I don't know if my slides go back up on the screen. Thank you so much. We have all of our manufacturing costs lined out like this, and the $17,000, I can go back to that slide for you, with our contract with Janelle. Janelle will be providing us with services. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the fashion industry, but you need tech packs, you need grading, you need scaling to make sure that my products are industry recognizable sizes and patterns. So our partnership with Janelle, that is what my funds I'm asking you for. So I can contract with the industry expert. I'm a golfer. I know the needs of a golfer, not a fashion designer, but with Janelle, we're able to hit both performance and fashion and get her on the retainer. That's where my money's going.
So Avalon, after you get this money, how are you going to scale up?
Yes, we're going to start with our Glenville State University contract with our batch of 25 sales. Let me show you my financials. So, our sales to teams for the year of 2023 goes as follows, with a total profit of around $2,000. Our website sales for 2023 is going to be sold at a profit of around $22,000. And then a big scale up is those partnerships with the pro shops, getting Avalon Green apparel in West Virginia pro shops, as well as any other connections that we can form, as well as on the players in universities and high schools.
Just to ask you a follow-up question, you mentioned you had 3 target markets. Which one of those markets do you feel like is going to be the one where you sell the most?
For sure. I love that question. We have that statistic about women golfers making an income of 53% of them making an income of over $100,000, correct? So because of that, the people that are out on the golf course are those older females that are retired and looking for that modest, comfortable wear. So we're really trying to market to them as that's going to be a very strong focus. But there's the biggest market too is those younger golfers that are just getting in the game and trying to grow their wardrobe as well as their confidence out on the course. And with Alvin Green Apparel, you're able to do that.
I'll ask a question I asked earlier. IP protection, patent protection, have you
Yes.
thought about that?
Yeah, of course. So as you guys know, patenting clothing is a very difficult process, but we are all over it. We're working with the Glenville State University research team to start getting that, and it takes 12 months for your provisional patent, so we're really trying to make sure that we identify it at the right time and make our patent approach at the correct time. But yes, this is a game changer, so we got to get it down for sure. That is very important.
What a nice presentation. You're a natural, by the way. It's very fun to see you present. Thank you. Can you share a little bit, when you think about fashion and you think about momentum, a digital media strategy, Instagram, I know your kind of categories, as Greg just mentioned, might take you out of that social media stage, but I am interested, how are you going to build a brand awareness and demand?
Definitely. My brand is built on real women. We are size inclusivity. We feature sizes from small to 2 extra large because women move. We're round. We have bodies that need to be covered. And so with this, I want to launch my social media on a platform of be you, be free, and dress yourself in clothes that allow you to be who you are as a woman. You know, as I said, balancing both feminine and athletic beauty is super important because as long as you're happy with whoever you are, that's what's important. And my brand is able to allow you to be who you are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all the time that we have. Up next, we have Monster Forge, and then on deck, we have Dash Plane.
Hello, my name is Isaac Mace, and I would like to present to you Monster Forge. Now to start, I want you to imagine that you've been playing a video game. You've been playing this video game for weeks. There it is. Do I just start over? Okay. Like I said, my name is Isaac Mace, and I would like to present to you Monster Forge. Now to start, I want you to imagine that you've been playing a video game. You've been playing this game for weeks, leveling up your character, gaining all the best equipment, all in preparation for that big boss fight. Now I want you to imagine that after all that work, all that time, you get to that boss fight, the cutscene plays, and instead of the monster popping up on screen, you get a blank image with the words, "Model not available." Now I want you to imagine how that would make you feel. Does it upset you? Are you aggravated? Are you disappointed? Well, this is a problem that many tabletop role-playing gamers or TTRPGers face. See, when we play our games, we play them on maps such as this one, laid out on a table, and we use various different items to represent the location of allies and enemies. One such category of items are things we find around the house and things we have for the game, things like dice, coins, water bottles, anything that we can get quickly and easily to represent location. The next category of items are pre-crafted miniatures from companies like Wizards of the Coast who make Dungeons & Dragons. Like the miniatures I provided, the painted and light gray ones are miniatures like these. These are often created to fit a generalized a generalized description of a creature, or a specific description for a creature in one of their officially released story arcs. Now, the problem is that most people do not play in these official release stories. They play in what is called a homebrew campaign setting, where things are custom. So what I offer is for the ability for a customer to go online, choose a base creature, and customize it to fit their needs. For example, a similar company to what I'm doing has a process for player characters. The dark gray winged creature I gave you today is an accurate representation of my character in our games that I play. And this is what people want, just with monsters. Now, the importance of this. There is an estimated 50 million Dungeons & Dragons players worldwide, and this is expected to be about 50% of the total available market, and the market is expected to continue to grow 9% over the next few years. And this is coming off a tail end of a roughly 30% growth that started around 2020 and ended around the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. And research suggests that about 70% of this market would be willing to purchase or at least consider purchasing a product like this. So our customer segment are mainly TTRPGers, people who play this game, people who play it frequently. And our social media, especially our Instagram page, has seen rapid growth over the past few weeks. We have done 3 weeks of paid advertisement, and I've gained 87 followers, so roughly 30 followers a week. And we are currently gaining about 5 followers a day, sometimes 10 or more, showing the real need in the TTRPG community for a product like this. So our path to market, we have 2 different kinds of sales. We have a physical purchase and a digital purchase, physical priced at about $14.99 with the digital at about $8.99. Our marketing campaign is mainly through paid social media and word of mouth. As we gain notoriety, we do want to start going to conventions like Comic-Con to help spread our brand. Our production process starts with a 3D modeler. They create the base model for the creature, let's say a dragon, and then they add customization options like horns, wings, and so on. A customer then goes to our website, creates their monster to their desire, and then they can either purchase the digital file to print themselves, or if they do not have a 3D printer, they can purchase the physical file. We will print it and ship it to them. So my ask is $21,400. $6,000 of this will go to a bulk order of 3D printers and the post-production supplies needed to ensure a quality model that is durable and good for customers. $10,000 of which will go to a 3D modeler and a web artist. This initial $16,000 will get us to a beta phase of production, and the remaining $5,400 will be to ensure that we have marketing for the rest of 2022 so that we can use our profits to continue bettering our website and products for our customers and not have to use that for marketing. So our team is currently myself, who will handle the managerial and innovative direction of the company, and a friend of mine at Marshall University who has agreed to do the accounting work for us. And this is my main contact information, as well as our Instagram page where we do most of our updates for upcoming models and what we're kind of doing behind the scenes. And now I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Question, you had mentioned there's digital purchases and physical purchases, and they were different price points. Can you walk us through what the difference between a digital and a physical purchase is? What are you buying when you're buying digital? And then secondly, is there a difference in margin for you between the 2 types of products or sales?
So the difference is that the website, how it's going to work is once people create their monster, it produces what is called an STL file, which is what is used for 3D printing. For people who own 3D printers, they can just purchase the digital file, which just sends them that STL file, and they can print it themselves. If they don't own one, they purchase our physical file. We take the STL file, print it ourselves, and ship it. That's why the cost for the physical purchase is a little bit more, because now we have to include our own materials, shipping, and things like that. Whereas if they're just doing the digital, they can just use their own material.
Do you have sales now? If you do, how much have you sold? And then if I already have a 3D printer, how hard would it be for me to do the digital file myself versus buying it from you?
So currently we do not have any sales, mainly because we are still working on prototypes. And getting all the things put together for our website. However, we do have commitment to sales, people who have said that they will definitely buy it once we are in production and once we are selling product, as well as people who are saying that they are at least interested in purchasing, not a definite commitment, but interested. And the difference, if you have your own 3D printer, what makes it difficult is the 3D modeling, just because I personally have a 3D printer, but I don't have the files available. So I have to go out and find the 3D models that I want and then print them. So if someone is good at 3D modeling, yes, they would be able to create the model themselves, but that is a skill that, as of right now, is not very common. So they would have to come to my company to purchase their files.
Thank you. Well, this is fun. Can you tell us a little bit about your TAM? Is your total addressable market, is that concentrated in North America? Is it a global addressable market? Where are the gamers, and what do you think your geographic distribution is for your sales?
It is a worldwide market. However, it is mainly in North America and the UK, Europe region, but it is a comprehensive worldwide market.
I have a question about the web design. You didn't talk much about that. Has that been developed already? And is that something you're doing internally, or would part of this, what you call the marketing money, going to the web design? Because that seems like that's going to be a big piece of this to me.
The web design is currently still in production. A big part of the ask, the 7,000 of the 10 to 3D design and web design, will be going to someone who can create the environment that I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is a completely 3D environment where it places the model in the environment. You can move around it, see it at different angles, and it'll have available options to add or take away certain aspects of the creature that you may or may not like.
Maybe along a similar line. So this first release will have a 3D environment, but it'll have some pre-configured combinations of options, as opposed to just letting them design whatever they want, correct?
You're talking about the beta phase?
Yeah, this first phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the goal is to have the 3D environment, and I'm hoping to have 3 to 5 base models. So for example, a dragon, and then a few customization options. So maybe they can choose from 3 different kinds of horns and stuff like that, and just grow as time goes on.
Okay, great, thanks. Great idea.
Question, if anyone else has any.
Yeah, so are you limited to just Dungeons and Dragons? So I think about Wizards of the Coast, and I've got an investment in a Magic the Gathering play, and so I just look at it and I go, is your TAM kind of low maybe because it's not just one set of figures, if you will?
No, I'm not limited to just Dungeons & Dragons. I reference them a lot because that is the most common known tabletop role-playing game, the one that people are most familiar with. However, I would like to branch off into the more, to the other fantasy styles, the sci-fi styles, the historical games. I would like to hit all categories, but start with the fantasy because that's the most popular, and then branch out probably to sci-fi first, and then move forward.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dash Plane, and on deck, we have Earring Backtrack.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Robert Giannini, and I am beyond excited to present to you Dash Plane. First, I want to say that I love being a student. As a result, I take my academic career very seriously, often to a fault, but it has allowed me as a first-gen student to surpass my wildest dreams and pursue so many incredible opportunities, from cutting-edge research to career ventures that have already done wonders in supporting both myself as well as my family. The problem, though, is that not every student receives this experience or loves being a student, with many giving up within the first semester of their journey. Team projects are at the heart of engineering programs across the nation, especially for first-year students. While these projects can offer invaluable skills and experiences, they more frequently turn first-year engineering students away from engineering completely. In addition to adjusting to college, these students must manage these project teams with little relevant experience. This leads to inefficient work, subpar results, and tremendous stress for students who are just getting started, with many having to turn to mental health services. The fact is that 29% of students switch departments after their first year, with national dropout rates nearing 60%. It breaks my heart knowing that truly brilliant students in West Virginia are giving up on their dreams because of this confusion and stress surrounding team projects. Furthermore, this problem extends to colleges that are seeking to improve retention, as well as the state of West Virginia, whose growth largely depends on the success of these students. These are the reasons why I created DashPlane. DashPlane provides intuitive organization so users can get started without any training. Furthermore, it achieves an elusive goal of many students interviewed, which is to get their teams on the same page by keeping critical information directly in front of users. And finally, DashPlane lowers barriers of communication by giving everyone equal access to tools which can drive action. Gone are the inequitable situations where the loudest person in the room decides what is best for the team alone. DashPlane is a simple web and mobile-based project management application with a mission to quickly empower students to lead effective teams. It accomplishes this mission through a series of streamlined tools, including a central dashboard screen, an integrated scheduling section, a smart note-taking system, and tag-based file storage. In short, DashPlane offers users powerful tools to help them maximize their projects while removing the complexity and confusion that plagues existing competitors. I've been able to leverage my own knowledge along with various advisors to gradually build DashPlane into a functional prototype over the past 5 months, and I'm confident that with additional resources, it can quickly become an effective tool for students. DashPlane is seeking $7,000 to finalize prototype features and begin pilot testing. Future funding targets have also been identified based on company progress towards commercialization. DashPlane is targeting 2 customer segments. The first being first-year STEM instructors and administrators in the state of West Virginia, and the second being first-year STEM students in the state of West Virginia. Initially, DashPlane will focus on leveraging its relationships with educators in the state to have DashPlane become a requirement for their classes with access granted through individual subscription purchases. Now, there are a range of competitors in the digital project management space that post strong financial reports, host millions of users each year, and offer a wide range of complex features. Despite this competition, DashPlane is still positioned to offer a better product for its customers. Interviews have shown that students do not need many of these immensely complex tools, especially when they are trying to get started quickly. And furthermore, none of these competitors are making targeted marketing efforts towards academic settings. By introducing a product with the right selection of tools and a tailored message for academic members, DashPlane proves that it can enter this market. With an MVP nearing completion, DashPlane will consult with a third-party development firm to ensure the product is ready for initial testing. From there, we will be ready to launch our pilot program with the Fundamentals of Engineering program at West Virginia University, while also collaborating with individual instructors to secure DashPlane's use for real classrooms. As we conclude pilot testing, DashPlane will be ready for a soft launch amongst volunteer students. By capturing their learnings and success stories, DashPlane will have an even stronger message to deliver to instructors, thus leading to a full release for entire classrooms and additional colleges. By carefully tracking each expense identified throughout startup and early operational phases, DashPlane is confident in its strong financial projections, and major cost savings were achieved through personal experience in user interface design, and sales projections are modeled with conservative adoption figures. In addition to my own industry experience, I have AirDev in line for future development, WVU FEP for testing, and a myriad of mentors and advisors spanning legal, marketing, and accounting efforts. The opportunity to advance DashPlane's mission through this platform is a tremendous honor, and as such, there is a clear plan in place to advance product development and other core operations. Again, I want to thank you for this incredible opportunity. Our contact information is listed here, and I look forward to improving the lives of students in West Virginia. Thank you.
Great presentation. I think this is the first one. The first one, I wasn't an underwater exerciser. I wasn't a woman golfer, and I also didn't play TTRPGs. But this is something I do a lot of, is work in projects. And what I'm interested in, 2 things. One, what is so unique about the student project experience that makes you think that DashPlane is needed, and the other project team platforms that are out there, don't fit the bill, especially since students will end up having to use those other platforms as they go into the workplace. And second, there's a lot of interest in Agile and Kanban, and just wondering if you had any thoughts about incorporating any of that.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic question. I think the main difference between a person like you who's very successful and now on a panel of judges for a very successful platform and everyday students is you have a mix of people who may not be immediately buying into a platform. So I feel like you and I, we might be a little similar in the fact when we get assigned to a project, regardless if we're interested in it or not, we are going to give it our 110%. It's always going to occupy a little bit of our mind in the back of our head. For other students, that's just not the case. And so what you need to do is reduce the barrier of just entry into the product by making it easy for someone to come in and say, hey, I have an idea, or hey, I have a question. And we want to make that platform as simple as possible for all students. So yes, this is not a replacement for enterprise-level project management platforms, Microsoft Project, some of the more complex solutions as well through Kanban, Jira specifically for project management. And yes, some students will require use in those specific tools. But for the greater majority of students, we're looking at a much broader market here. We really just want to give them a little bit of guidance within their first early years in engineering. We want to be able to support them throughout those formative years so they can stick with their dreams and eventually catch up to some of those more complex tools as well.
Really glad you thought about those things. Thanks for talking about them.
Thank you.
If I may, could I continue with Ashok's thinking? So obviously, we use Asana a lot in our office to keep track of startups. And one of the things it does is it nudges us. It gives us indications and alerts. Do you have that functionality built into your MVP? Do you envision it? How's that going to work on your system?
Absolutely. That's one of the core features of that central dashboard system is individual status updates. So one of the biggest problems that students face particularly is not knowing whether or not one student is stuck on their work, still working on it. Maybe they're completely finished and ready to help out others. So really being able to not only capture when students aren't working, but specifically if they're stuck or finished, that's going to be a driving force for students to start building some core leadership skills as well. We don't want to just give them a crutch for every single situation. I know nudges, that's a particularly useful feature. We would of course like to implement that as well. But beyond that, we also want to be able to show students like, hey, in certain situations, you need to activate different management techniques. If you have somebody who's completely finished with their work and is an absolute rock star, you not only need to worry about assigning them skills that, or tasks that are best aligned to their skills, but you also need to start instructing them and educating them on how they can start helping their teammates as well. And that just makes them a better leader and a better teammate all the way around for everyone.
Many of us have used these kind of project management tools in the past, and I think the issue has been historically they're very complicated and very complex. You're the first person I've come along that actually wants to go downstream as opposed to upstream, which I think is a very good idea. But let's talk about the cost of it. So one more time, how did you expect do you want the students to be able to bear the cost, or the idea to go to the institutions and get them to adopt this as a new technology for the students?
Yeah, that's a great question. To make it a little more clear, the ultimate end goal, of course, would be to have full-on colleges reach agreements directly with the college, just taking out any sort of confusion and reaching more solid long-term agreements. But in order to make things as flexible as possible, we want initially for students to bear the cost. We'll go to instructors first to say, hey, this is the value Dashplane offers. It can really help your students. It can help your college. It can help your experience as an educator. So with that, we want them to label it almost like a textbook. Hey, you need to purchase a subscription to Dashplane for this course. And then each individual student will be responsible for logging into Dashplane's web portal, going through the payment portal, and purchasing their subscription individually.
There's time for one more question.
Yeah, I have a question. Have you? I guess I'm thinking about the two systems I've seen used in the colleges right now, Blackboard and Canvas, correct? So will this integrate into that, or have you looked at maybe the sales model coming through them? Because the colleges are already buying those two systems, or on a user basis.
Right. It would be great to come in right off the bat and say, hey, we want to integrate everything across so every college is on board with this. But the fact is, we are a small startup company targeting schools in excess of 30,000+ students. And the idea of being able to secure all of those customers all at once, a little bit daunting from a sales perspective with someone who doesn't have as much history within their company. So instead, we're choosing to be a little more specific in our avenue for our customers to try and get a foothold and build from out that perspective. But speaking within integration, that is one of the #1 concerns from instructors who aren't full-on engaged with Dashplane. They always say, oh, my grading system exists in eCampus and Blackboard. How can we do this? First, we want to address the needs of students first to show the value. That's the main goal of Dashplane. But in terms of that integration, that is right behind in the terms of priorities. So being able to call different APIs to log in certain grades, or having instructors being able to log in with guest permissions and view the progress individual students are making, those can both be separate avenues in which we pursue to integrate professors into the tool as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Earring Backtrack, and then on deck, we have LLETMI Nutrition.
A 12-year-old girl always dreamed of sharing her love of beauty products with the world. Last year, she realized that dream, and the Earring Backtrack was born. That girl is me, Anna Maria Cummings. I have had long acrylic nails since I was 15 years old, and I also have a lot of ear piercings. I've always struggled to put the backs on my earrings, and my frustration inspired my first product. I conducted a survey, and 87% of people said that they or someone they know struggled to put the backs on their earrings. Through my research, I learned that long fingernails are not the only reason for this struggle. People with small hands and fingers, such as children, and people with arthritis or general dexterity issues also struggle with this problem. So, I have created the Earring Backtrack to solve this problem. This is a simple, handheld tool with a magnetic tip at the end with a place to insert an earring back. The curved shape allows for easy handling and alignment, and the textured grip ensures a no-slip grip. In a kit with the Earring Backtrack, I will also sell 10 stainless steel bullet-shaped earring backs. The stainless steel material won't turn your ears green, and the backs will be lined with rubber so they can be universal for all earring types and sizes. My target market includes people with long fingernails, like me, and people with small hands and fingers, including children, and people with arthritis or general dexterity issues. Over the last several months, I have developed 3 different prototypes. The changes in each prototype are based on customer feedback. The first prototype is small, short, and straight with square edges and corners. A disc earring back is used in this version, which can only be used with post earrings. The small shape can only be manipulated by fingertips rather than the whole hand. The second prototype is longer with a curved handle. The curved handle allows the user to pivot the tool to line up the earring back with the earring post or hook. Bullet-shaped earring backs are used in this prototype because they are smaller and are a better fit for multiple ear piercings. The third prototype is a sleek design with a slimmer handle. This design can be manipulated by fingertips or hands because of the hourglass shape. My logos and designs were added for a more finished look. Prototype number 3 is now patent pending. Here you can see a demo video of how my product works. The Earring Backtrack kit will include the tool and 10 magnetic earring backs. You can see that the magnet in the tool can pick up the earring back if you drop it on the table or the floor and you can't find it. You simply line up the tool with the earring, slide it on, and you're done. In the survey I conducted, 87% of people said that the Earring Backtrack would be helpful to them or someone they know. As you can see here, I received a lot of positive feedback, and here are some quotes from potential customers. I will market through a variety of different channels. Customers can find the Earring Backtrack on all of the Anna Maria Beauty social medias, including YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and my Google page. Over all of these social media platforms, I have about 1,000 followers, so this is a built-in potential customer. I will also market through social media advertisements and in-person demonstrations. I will also include a personal note in every kit and offer discount coupons to returning customers. The packaging for the Earring Backtrack will be eye-catching and sleek to draw customers in. Sales will be conducted through my website, annamariabeauty.com, and eventually in retail stores. I believe that this is a product you won't know you need until you see it, so because of this, I will be selling it in jewelry stores, nail salons, and physical therapy centers. I will also sell this on adaptive equipment websites because this is a place my customers may frequent. Here I have my cost structure. Today I am asking you for $30,000. Producing the Earring Backtrack in small batches with 3D printing is not cost effective. But creating the earring backtrack in large batches with injection molding puts my cost per unit down to $4. The injection mold, the estimated cost for injection mold is $20,000. I will also need to have marketing and website design. Your investment will help me purchase the injection mold and help me sell my product and make a profit. I would like to take time to recognize and thank all of the people that helped my dream become a reality. Are you ready to keep your earrings on track with the earring backtrack? Thank you.
I can jump in. Yeah, just a quick question. Right now, I see you've got, it looks like a working prototype, right? You just demonstrated it on YouTube as well. Have you sold it to a few people yet?
I have not sold it yet, but I have had friends and family test it out, and I've gotten some positive feedback.
Okay, great. And would it be cost effective at all to sell a certain number and build some things out from a marketing perspective before you buy the injection mold?
Yeah, I definitely would like to do some small batch to test the market some more and make sure that people want to buy this. But the injection molding will definitely be more cost effective than 3D printing a small batch.
Okay, great. And yeah, just the only other part I would mention here, I have a friend that has built a similar kind of product, not in this space at all, but just continuing to sell it through your website from a digital perspective before you go to Amazon, because this could be the kind of thing that people can copy pretty easily when you start putting it out there.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
And Maria, what a fun presentation. Thank
you.
Can you share just a little bit more about your distribution strategy? It does strike me the little one-to-one selling, like going into the nursing homes and otherwise, might actually erode your margins to the point that you might be in financial trouble. Is there sort of a prioritization in your marketplace that you're going to hit first? And can you just unpack a little bit more? Someone sees you on your Instagram page. There's maybe an influencer who decides to use it, like Kevin. I don't know if you noticed. I had to show him how to put the earring in. But can you just share with us a little bit too about that once you pick that first path, that path to market, how's it going to look? What are you going to do there?
Yeah, so I definitely plan to have my main marketing strategies be done on social media, because I think that that's going to be where a lot of my customers are going to come from. But I do plan to do in-person demonstrations at places like senior centers, 55-plus communities, places like that, because I think that the people that are in those communities are not going to be on social media, so they won't be able to find my product there. So I think that my market could be for a lot of different types of people, but I would say social media is my top. Thank you.
Hi, you did really good. I have, two questions. The first one is, you said that it came with like 10 of the backs. Are they specific to that thing, or can it be like a regular back you have at home and substitute it in, or do you have to buy or they have to come with those ones, I guess is the first question.
So any earring backs that are that shape and fit into the tool and are magnetic can be used with the tool, but that is a little bit harder to find. You probably don't have too many of those lying around your house, so I will sell them on the website. Well, I sell them in the kit and then also separately on the website if you need to buy more.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, because I know they'll end up dropped on the floor and then you can't find them. But then also too, your demographic I know was in like the senior citizen homes and things like that, and then also people that have acrylic nails and things like that. But also just a thought, there's moms out there that have children that are 7-year-olds like my daughter who thinks she can put her own earrings in and is a hot mess. So maybe market towards them a little bit, or even if there's on down the line and make it a smaller handheld thing for children to use to learn how to do it on their own, because they don't want their mom's help to put them in. But I think it's a great product, so good job.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah, I'll take this. I think mine is a question/comment. One of the things that came to mind when I saw this, I thought of like the printer model, right? Give the tool away, sell the earring backs, because I think they were talking about it. They lose them, they fall on the floor, or you lose them when you're wearing them. That might be something you want to look at, is thinking about, especially in the prototype stage here, where maybe it is very expensive to make with a 3D mold, 3D print. but kind of give those away, and then the recurring business that you get from the earring backs may be actually where the money is.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. That is my plan, to definitely sell those earring backs along with the tool on my website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have LLETMI Nutrition, and then on deck, we have Noble Growing System.
Might need another mic, right?
I think so. I don't know. I was just recruited to hand out. I'm just an extra pair of hands.
I can't find ours. We might need another mic. Yeah, can you ask them for another mic?
I think they are, Mike.
Stand here. Oh, there, this one. Just do. Can we borrow another mic if you don't mind? You need one? Yeah, it makes it easier. You can take this one. Okay, awesome. Yeah, just grab.
Did you know that there are 200,000 West Virginians that are diagnosed with diabetes? This costs the state a total of $2.3 billion.
Did you know that in the U.S., healthcare spending reached $4.1 trillion in 2020? That's 1/5 of the U.S. economy.
These are a result of increasing lifestyle disorders and, more importantly, the food that we eat. Hi, my name is Akshat Mudigonda. I'm the head of operations.
My name is Julia Snyder, and I'm head of research and development.
My name is Emily Lemon, and I'm head of marketing.
In order to bring food into the health system, we must bring health back into the food system.
Introducing Let Me Nutrition. Let Me is a reorder of the word millet. Millet is a generic term for a variety of ancient seeds that provide immense nutritional benefit.
We are a millet-based nutrition company providing products such as breakfast mixes, energy bars, snacks, and cookies. We are inspired by ancient wisdom, and we pride ourselves on our ethical trading practices.
As we all know, the current industry is filled with highly fortified foods and misleading labels that confuse a lot of customers. Logos like non-GMO, high fiber, and high in protein cost the customers a fortune. Also, on the other hand, climate change is likely to threaten the cultivation of various staple foods like rice, wheat, and corn. We have a simple solution to these problems. We make products that are nutritionally dense, our methods are simple, and our labels are straightforward. And in the current focus of climate change, millets not only ensure food security, but they also focus on the nutritional security.
Our target market is going to focus on health and environmentally conscious segments. These groups are looking for immunity, health, energy, weight loss, and with our millet-based products, we can provide these options. Our customer acquisition is going to focus on social media, paid advertisements, gym partnerships, and partnerships with nutritionists and dietitians. Our relationships are going to be co-creation with our customers so that way we can tailor our product development to them and their needs. Our goal is simple, to provide optimum nutrition while retaining our customers with our pool strategies.
Our operational plan is divided into two phases. We have partnered with Indian Institute for Millet Research, which is a government body, and Chef Farmer Inc., which is a private entity. These two firms will assist their expertise and assist us with manufacturing and research and development. In phase one, we will import the pre-packaged versions of our products in bulk
and have them packaged at SVB Foods, our co-packing facility in Martinsburg, West Virginia. As we establish ourselves in the market and make ourselves known, we will strategically move the manufacturing processes to West Virginia to reduce the dependency on importation. We also have plans to set up a resource and development center for millet research. A variety of millet seeds will be tried and tested at this state-of-the-art facility. The current millet industry is fragmented and unorganized. The processors are small, and they cater to small business export needs. And so we don't have a direct competition in this millet segment. However, some of our target customers are buying products from companies like Kachava, Pure Food Company, and Athletic Greens. And so we don't see them as a direct threat, but yeah, we need to steal customers from them to our business. We have a first mover advantage in this category, and we are tapping into a blue ocean. And by maintaining or continuing to do research and innovation, we will bring exciting products to attract more customers and retain them in the long term. In order for us to successfully implement our plans, we require a total capital of $100,000. 25% of this amount will be self-infused, and the rest will be secured through other fundraising channels. We will use these funds for building rent, legal, research and development, marketing, and so on. Since we're tapping into the blue ocean, our customer acquisition cost is going to be significantly higher, and so will be the research and innovation costs. As a result, we expect to sustain losses in the first 18 to 24 months of operations. However, the United Nations Declaration of Millets as the international crop of 2023 and the buzz that results from this announcement and also the trend that shows that people are focusing on their health like never before will lead us into profitability. Lastly, millets are expected to be the future of consumer staples because they're climate change resistant.
As we gain a footing in the market, we would also like to branch out into wholesale distribution and possibly get government contracts for school lunch programs, military programs, and Meals on Wheels. We would also like to branch out into frozen foods, dairy, baby food, and edible cutlery.
So judges, we ask you, will you let me be a part of the health food revolution?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In samples of our products that our manufacturers and our partners made it for us.
I'll go ahead and ask the first question. Why did you decide on a direct-to-consumer sales channel as opposed to trying to partner with a Whole Foods or other distributor who has already a targeted client base that seems to be similar to the one you seek?
So again, we want to sell these products at the lowest prices possible, and to cut down the margins, I think it's best for us to directly deal with consumers rather than going through different channels and lose margins and increase the price of the product.
Actually, going to be my question too. So I'll ask. Go ahead. I'll ask two more questions. One, I want to make sure I understand. How much are you asking for?
$75,000.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. And then second question is, who are your competitors in this market space? Is there? Can you name 2 or 3?
Anybody who's dealing with health foods can be a competition. But again, if you're focusing just on the millets, and our plan is to position millets as the only choice in the future. And so we don't see any direct competition at this point, and that's the reason we're asking for $75,000 just to blow up the space and put most of the money on marketing and research.
So there are a lot of healthy grains out there that have been in the market for a long time. I'll ask this in a peculiar way. Does millet have a marketing problem? Because frankly, until I saw your presentation here and read the business plan, I'd never heard of it. Is that because I've lived in a cave, or is it they just have not really been marketed very well in the past?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So as of now, in the United States market, millet is being used in beer brewing industry and bird fodder. So the reason for the backslash is the dominance of rice and wheat in terms of their yielding capacities had put a backslash for millets. So now, because of the concerns of climate change, it's coming back into focus, and people are starting to think about millets like they never did before. And as we speak, there's only like 50% of the true potential of the overall millets known to us. There is still so much for us to learn about it. And I feel this is the time because, like I said again, the United Nations is going to declare millets as the international crop of 2023. And that's going to bring a lot of attention and noise in the market.
So I'm very interested in this because my family is gluten-free and because of an allergy, not because of choice. And so it's great to see a potential new product because we're basically sick of the rest of the bars that are out there today. So one question I have is just around shelf life of millets in general. How does that compare with rice and wheat?
Value-added products, again, it depends also on the packaging. So if we go with the metallic packaging or aluminum packaging, the shelf life can go up to 1 year to 2 years without adding any preservatives. And while we are manufacturing the products, there is antioxidants that's in the product, so that's going to take care of the shelf life and make sure that it's good for at least 6 months to 1 year.
Enjoyed your presentation very much, and it's fascinating. I apparently lived in a cave as well. Question, what testing have you done of your products, taste testing or otherwise?
Yes, so this is like the second batch of products that we got, and we've done a sample focused group in December of last year, and we've given out samples to a lot of people, and some of them really liked it, and the others suggested changes as to the consistency and the flavor and the taste, and we sent those suggestions to our R&D facility, and they have implemented some of those changes, and they made us another batch of products. And we're going to use these to, again, test the market.
You mentioned Blue Ocean a couple of times. Could you talk a little bit more about Blue Ocean? I've heard some of that. And then also maybe a follow-on question to Mark's. I was interested in what the R&D department does. Maybe I heard part of that answer already.
So the reason I mentioned Blue Ocean, because since millets have existed for like millions of years, but nobody is actually doing it. And I feel that industry is untapped at this point, and we have a best opportunity at this point before next year, like in the next 6 months, to launch this product, and there's going to be no other competitors that's directly competing with us. And for the second question, can you please repeat the second question? Okay.
What does R&D do?
So R&D is basically learning more about the actual, like I said, there's only 50% of the true potential of millets known to us. R&D is going to learn about the rest of the potential and try to find different creative ways to add value to the millet grains without killing its, health aspects.
I think Michaela said this is the last question, so my only question is for Kevin, and how does it taste?
So this stuff's pretty good. Okay, I do a lot of these things, and people for 10 years, I actually worked for a company that made bars for a little bit, and taste is everything. So I really, at the end of the day, no matter how good your idea is, if it doesn't taste good, it's just not going to work. And so I definitely am thinking I would buy this and eat it. I'm also thinking that I have gluten-free kids in my family, and this would be a big deal because there are just so few options that taste good, candidly. So you're onto something, but we'll talk later. I want to talk to you guys this evening.
Awesome. But again, like I said, this is only like the 75% of the taste that you're actually doing now. When we actually launch the product, it's going to be a lot better, because between now and September, that's when we were thinking to launch. That is what we're working on in the next 2 or 3 months. And I have a trip to India to meet with these people, and I'm taking a bunch of products that are in the market and make sure, try to give them these products to compare or match the products, including millets, in them, and make it for us. So
Thank you.
We're excited. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Noble Growing System.
Hi everyone, my name's Bobby Noble, and we are Noble Growing System. Noble Growing System is a patent-pending 3-in-1 hydroponic system, and my father and I started in our garage, and it was just kind of a father-son project, and we just kept solving problems until we turned the system into what it is today.
And my name's Ronan Sullivan. I'm a senior at West Virginia, and I'm a student account executive.
And my name's Delaney Geiger. I'm also a senior at West Virginia University, and I'm also a student account executive. So when going into the hiring process to bring up me and Ronan onto the team, we really wanted to keep the family aspect. We've been friends for years, so really wanted to keep Noble Growing System tight. This is our team. So our sales director is David Brower. He started the Sales Accelerated program at West Virginia, which brings students to real companies, startup companies, which is great. And this is our advisory board. They're filled with experience in marketing, sales, horticulture, and all these people really, really believe in us and what we're doing.
Right now, across America and the world, farmers are struggling to operate successfully because of water scarcity issues. And agriculture accounts for 70% of water used across the globe. Because of this, universities and research institutions are actively trying to come up with solutions to these problems, but the clock is ticking. Our system can actively combat these issues. The Noble Growing System will allow its users to continue producing high-quality crop yields without having to worry about water scarcity issues. And it can also help research institutions address this water crisis.
All right, so our patent-pending 3-in-1 hydroponic system is I should explain what hydroponics is for those of you that don't know what it is. So we use rock wool or clay pebbles as our medium. So that's hydroponics is soilless medium. And our 3-in-1 aspect of our system, we use drippers that drip water down on top of the root crown. We use sprayers that are inside our growth chambers. And then we use NFT, which is the water flowing down past all the roots. And that couples into our closed recirculation, which means we have very little water wasted, and along with the nutrients. And then we also have a purification system that's built into our complete system that keeps the water oxygenated and purified. By combining all these, we have 98% less water, 50% better yields, and 33% less labor. We pass these benefits on to our customers who are greenhouse growers. That's anybody that's mainly growing tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, and strawberries. That could be in greenhouses, vertical farms, or urban grows. Also the cannabis industry, both the recreational and the medical market. And then, like Ronan was talking about, the R1 research institutions studying these water scarcity issues in the Southwest.
We are very proud of what Noble Growing Systems has been able to accomplish so far. Here are a few of our most proud accomplishments. On the left, you can see our mobile sales model. That's just a demonstration that we will take to conferences and expos to drum up business. We've also worked with NSF I-Corps to discover those 3 potential customer segments that Bobby just talked about. And we are continuing to work with West Virginia University to provide students like myself and Delaney real-world sales opportunities, as well as working with the horticulture program to conduct research. And currently, we are in the patent process to become completely protected.
Some of our future goals, our first big goal is to be patent pending by the end of the year. And the money that we receive from this competition will be going to these expos and conventions where we'll be able to network and expect to see our first sale. We also want to continue our research with West Virginia. And we also would like to hire on our sales reps and bring jobs to West Virginia.
So, so far in the past 5 years, between my father and I, we've contributed over 10,000 hours of our time each and over $125,000 of our own money creating this system and making it patent pending and setting up at the WVU greenhouse for research. Along with our customer segment and our mentors, we've came up with our next steps to reach our sales, and that's what you see on this board. And our total ask for that is $40,000. And in the handouts, there's a more detailed breakdown of what that money will be used for. Take
Thank
any
you.
questions you have. Yep, thank you.
Hey, so talk to me about your iCore for a second. What was your biggest customer discovery learning, versus history, and was there a pivot at all?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things we learned was that they actually have teams that go to these conferences and expos for new technology that they want to implement in their buildings. So before that, we were just trying to make cold calls and like get on the phone with somebody that's a decision maker, and that was really hard to do. And then at that point, we realized, oh, we're not hitting the right channels to get to these people. So.
I'll go next. I noticed the spacing on your model here between where the plants can be. Is there a specific reason for that? I was a little curious. They seem, I don't know, a couple feet apart. Is that something where you get a higher yield if you put them closer together, or there's a reason for that?
Yeah, so this is our 4-inch model. So this one's good for peppers, cucumbers, and strawberries. And it's spaced 18 inches apart, and that's because the plants do grow up top, so you don't want plants really growing into each other. You want to maximize that canopy space. And then for things like tomatoes and cannabis, it's actually 30 inches apart in a 6-inch system, and that's because they really take off. Like the last picture that you saw, you could see how they started growing into each other and really maximizing the space.
Where do they get the nutrients from?
So can you pull that back? So there's a main reservoir that we keep off to the side or in a water pump room, and the nutrients are pumped from that into these lines, and that's how the plants are fed.
Can you share with us your personal reason for starting Noble Growing again? Are you in ag tech? Are you a background in farming? Like, what led you to this type of application and spending so much time on it with your dad?
Yeah, so we just wanted to kind of get into the cannabis industry originally. We're from Pennsylvania, and that's it was right around the time that market started. So we were just kind of experimenting with what we could use to build out a facility like that, and then it ended up costing a lot of money to get a license. And so at that point, actually, one of my professors, Dave Brower, I was talking to him, and he came and saw it, and he's like, "You guys really have something. You need to get this patent protected." So that started that whole process, and now we're at WVU. So.
Great presentation. Got the chance to see the operations, and they were really nice. They've done a great job. It said 98% less water. I'm not sure that's a problem we have in this particular area right now, and it looks like you're building a team out of here. Just wondering if you have had a chance to really start to connect with people, maybe not just in the places throughout the U.S., but maybe even overseas that have these kinds of issues and related to water.
I'll let Ronan take that question because he's actually talking to some people right now.
Yeah, so part of our research trying to find new customers was finding institutions that deal with water scarcity. One of which we found, which we have had a few conversations with, is University of Arizona. They're down there in Tucson, Arizona, very close to the Mexico border, and a lot of that area is struggling with EPA regulations regulating the amount of water that farmers can use to produce their crops. So we see that area as having the most benefit in terms of water scarcity.
We have time for one more question.
I've got one. Could you talk a little bit about your production process? I'm intrigued by what you're teaching us.
Yeah, so vegetables and cannabis grow a little different, so there is a difference in how you grow them. The cannabis, you have mother plants that you take cuttings off of, and then you veg those plants for a certain amount of time, and then you flower them, and that's where the bud comes from that everybody smokes. So, but vegetables, they'll stay in the same system throughout their whole life. Usually tomatoes, roughly a year. Well, actually all of them you kind of keep in the system for a year, and then you start a new crop that next spring.
What about the equipment and producing it?
Yeah, so we have our chambers are made out of PVC right now, and we're actually looking at options to make molds so that we can reduce the price of the actual material, and it'll cut our labor costs in half, so we don't have to glue and paint and all that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
be down here under the Go Chrome tab for us, sir. It's a nasty. Yep, that's your smell. Bam, boom, present. Easy peasy. You're quite welcome, sir. Not a problem. That's a big issue.
spicier for about.
No, this is delicious. That is really, really good.
And no matter how spicy it is, 10 minutes later, you'll want it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, judges.
All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Ryan Angus. I'm an assistant professor of entrepreneurship at West Virginia University. I have to say, this is the longest judging table I've ever seen. And you would probably agree that this is the longest judging you've ever had to do. So I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate, suffering through another hour of presentations. I know it's a lot of presentations to digest. But now we're moving on to the community business plan. And so I'll just talk very briefly about what that is. So this is a little different than the collegiate and high school business plans. This is open to any resident or small business in West Virginia. And I want to set kind of the expectation here for what you're about to see. So it's a little different in a number of senses, and one of those is we're not necessarily looking for the next tech unicorn, right? The program was conceived based on the observation that many of the companies on the Inc. 5000 list, the fastest growing private companies in America, most of them did not receive venture capital funding, and many of them bootstrapped their way to success with $10,000 about of startup capital. And so what we're looking for here is kind of a base hit or a double where a small cash infusion can make a real difference in the trajectory of an idea or a small business. And so these contestants also operated on a very tight timeline, and unlike the presentations you've just seen, they've not been through 17 rounds of preparation. So the presentations here, we've purposely kept pretty flexible and broad, and so there's not really a rigid structure. And in fact, one of them doesn't even have a PowerPoint, which is mind-blowing for business people. But I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. So we're allowing for real flexibility here. And so thank you to everyone who's helped along the way. We've had a lot of people pre-screening, and they did pitch trainings this morning. So thank you to everyone who's taken part in that. And finally, I want to thank the James Clark Kaufman Family Foundation, who has actually put the money into this idea through West Virginia University. So with that, I will turn it over to Montani Outfitters, who are our first presenters.
Hi. Is this on? Yes. Okay. Fantastic. I'm a Mac person. So, perfect. Okay, hello. We are Montani Outfitters, an outdoor experience company. And my name is Casey Cassidy. This is Wes Cassidy, and this is Nick Triplett, our co-founders. And so West here is a Eagle Scout with thousands of hours of backpacking experience. And this is Nick Triplett. He's a native West Virginia and outdoorsman. And this company really got started when these two took their significant others, including me, into the outdoors and lots of backpacking trips. We all learned something. They learned, number one, not everybody grows up with these experiences and this education, and then how much new gear costs. And then for us, we learned that having these skills turned into confidence, not only when you're in the outdoors, but it changed our relationships, our careers. We were different because of it. And more to the point, I started having my friends call me and going, will your husband take me? Will your husband teach me? And I went, we might be onto something here, because they love it. And so with that, I would like you to know, did you know that 220,000 women come into West Virginia for outdoor experiences every year? And now, we would love to work with that many people, but we cannot. So through some market research, we found there are two main demographics who are underserved in the market currently and are super interested. The number one I call doing it for the gram. This is mostly young women who their main barrier is they don't have the gear. They really want to learn more because they want to be able to have these experiences whenever they go back, and they want to connect with their friends. And more importantly, they need that absolute awesome Instagram shot. So we have several selfie stops along the way, and they really want to bring their friends or make like-minded community. The next one we have is a woman who's most of the time already has some outdoor experience, but now she's not looking for overnight. She's not looking to rough it. She wants to know that the trail she's on in that season is safe to be on, no surprises. And normally she wants to bring her friend or drag along her husband. And she really wants to have not selfies, but we have educated ourselves in plant identification, tree identification, and learned some stories and local history around along the way, and they're super interested in that. So with these women in mind, we've created a set of 3 offerings. The first one being overnight retreats, where our biggest barrier is the gear, and then also this is an educational experience. This is where groups of women bring their friends, or you come solo and meet friends that you can have back home with you. And then day hikes, which these, again, we make them fun. They are a story experience as well as some really cool photo ops with scenery and wildlife. And then next we have digital products, education products geared towards these women that serve 2 ports. Number one, it's another income stream, but it goes well outside the barriers of West Virginia, and so we build know, like, and trust with women who are already kind of interested in this. Which leads us to our ask today, which is $9,300. And this is mostly gear, because we have learned, number one, our customers don't want to invest in a whole set, and number 2, we don't want them out there without the right gear. It can really create a bad experience. Beyond that, for marketing and insurance, as we move on as a service-based and digital education-based business, we don't have too many running expenses. And so you can see our projected growth over the next several years grows quite exponentially, especially as we're able to offer more slots and have our email list and social medias grow. And of course, this is just the future, or just the beginning for us. We very much believe in the market driving how we move forwards. Our customers will let us know how best we can serve them in the future. And that is Montani. We're so grateful to be here. We're open to questions.
Very good presentation, by the way. Hello, I'm over here.
Okay, hi.
We should raise our hand or something. Well done. So have you, I assume by now you've communicated with the tourism folks here in West Virginia and try to integrate into whatever program's gone and take advantage of whatever marketing they're doing, correct or not correct?
We've opened that stream of communication. Correct. We've opened that string of communications. We're still in the middle of this, and this took precedence for right now. So we are still building that relationship.
Well, it's a great project. I mean, this is what we keep talking about here about come to Wild in West Virginia and enjoy the outdoors, and you know, with programs that Brad Smith talked about yesterday, the WVU and Ascend program. I mean, you guys should be right in the middle of that stuff.
Absolutely, and I think one of the biggest things for us is because our premium product is that gear, we've kind of held back a little bit and not built those relationships the way we could, but we definitely will be.
One question I have is, because you guys are going to be experts on the trail with those folks, you're going to be familiar with the trail, what's around there. So how many different trails or areas have you guys already identified that would serve as a place to do the hikes? And then secondly, do you have any proprietary or limited access hikes that the public just can't go to, is going to a park or something like that?
I want to answer that first part. One of the main things about starting in Dolly Sods Wilderness is it's a wilderness and there are no trail markers, which most people are afraid to go into because it is easy to get lost. And I don't want to take over for him, but they have spent the past 5 years learning Dolly Sods in all seasons, in all weather, back and forth.
Yes, to expand on that very well, we're confident in the Dolly Sods area, all 40 miles or so of it. And we're expanding out to North Fork and Seneca as well. But second part of the question, we haven't found any exclusive areas. We're looking into it down in Nicholas County, or over in Nicholas County. So we're trying to figure something out down there.
I love it, just so you know. What market research have you done on your pricing model?
So we got into Facebook groups, and then also I have a large group of clients through my own business, and so I talked with them to interviewed them to kind of get the pricing down.
Can I give you a first-person pricing story?
Yes.
Okay, so I did a similar retreat. I went to Malibu. California's as pretty as West Virginia, or West Virginia's as pretty as California. It cost me $7,000. And do you know the difference? They took my phone. I was not allowed to have my phone. And so I would encourage you to really think about a premium priced moment for women who are so stressed out that all they want you to do is discipline them and take their phone. See, I'm not kidding, but I'm signing up at that price point because I know in West Virginia I can't get cell service. But I would, right? I can keep my phone. So if you threw on some yoga in the morning and things, I don't want to extend you too far, but I think that you have hit a target market of, and I'd be happy to introduce you into those women who are so ready to be back to nature and actually would be willing to come in and do these things. And so congratulations on hitting something that's a core problem with overstressed women and our desire to be in nature. Would love to see you later.
Yes, thank you.
I was going to have a similar comment to Sarah's in terms of the pricing and just, I think market research on that would help. There are a lot of travel companies that you can look at in parallel disciplines, Mountain Travel, Sobeck, Duvine, the biking, all those companies, they'll be pricing at much higher levels than you're suggesting, and I think you'll find that if you go out. My question to you is, how do your customers find you, and how will you find them? Or is it a question of responding to demand, or how do you think about the marketing and outreach of selling what you've got?
So we are really focusing on using educational content to grow our social media platforms, and then of course the goal is to get them on our email list. And we already have a freebie, or I don't know what the other term for it is, but to get onto the email list.
So really, email, internet is what you're doing right now.
Yes, yes. As well as in the area around Dolly Saws, there are a lot of Airbnbs, there's a lot of resorts, and we've already been in contact with them to get into their concierge, and we're figuring out which platform they want to be on, and then also setting up a phone line because some of them are doing a little bit old school. So.
My thoughts would be a little bit similar to Mike's too. That I think you really have tailwinds right now with this product in this market in West Virginia, and I think maybe you're going to be forced to deal with thinking about growth and managing growth. How do we do trips in the New River Gorge? How do we do trips in the Northern Panhandle? Just whatever those might be, and then affiliation sort of relationships as you grow your team, because I think you really are in a market that's strong and is going to really grow. Chelsea Ruby, I would really recommend connecting with the state before you go much further. Secretary Ruby would love to help you out and just connect up with the programs that are underway.
Thank you so much.
Great presentation. I would just say, I know there's no more questions, so I won't ask one. But Ryan, I mean, first of all, great presentation, so I disagree with you on that first part of the preparation. And also, this is a tech play, as Mike mentioned, and there's Ascend West Virginia, and there's people that are coming into this area, and I think that that's going to be a big part of their ability to succeed in working remotely in this area. So great job, y'all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next up, we have SkyPunch Technologies online voting system, and on deck, we have the Dirt Doctors Tremor line of products.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I am David Sims, the president of SkyPunch Technology, worth noting it's Advantage Ventures resident company. And I'm going to speak to you today. The company is an Amazon Web Services. I think the microphone just went off. Are we good? I think it's a Amazon Web Services consulting firm, but I really want to focus today on the flagship product of the company, the online voting service. Now, SkyPunch has been offering voting services into the private sector for 20 years. So these would be things like nonprofit associations that need to elect a board of directors. What has changed is in the last couple of years, some new technology has become available. SkyPunch has adopted it and is the very first company to ever build a feature into the system that allows for an individual voter to perform a cryptographic verification of their ballot. In the private sector, elections are priced on the number of voters in an election per an election. When we move into the public sector, it's to be determined. That model is going to go away. It's a very different service when it's used in the public sector than it is in the private. So the technical advancement that I spoke of just a moment ago is the introduction of an immutable ledger database that is at the heart of this system. Once data goes in, it cannot be deleted, it cannot be modified. The solution also makes it possible for the first time ever for the voters to cryptographically verify their ballots, as we will see shortly. And of course, if an individual voter can cryptographically verify a ballot, then an election manager can perform a similar verification process across a batch of ballots and certify a full election's results in a way that's never before been possible. So what problems does this solve? Well, first, it builds voter confidence in election systems by allowing voters to act as auditors and actually peer right inside the ballot box and see that their ballot has been captured, that it has been unaltered since the moment it was captured, and that it is being included once and only once in the tabulation. Secondly, voters may vote at a place and time that is convenient to them. Finally, submitting a ballot on time is not vulnerable to delays with the United States Postal Service, ballot drop box tampering, spoiled ballots due to complicated submission requirements, or long-distance commutes to a physical polling station. So let's take a look at what this ballot verification wizard actually looks like. What you're seeing right now is a screenshot that I took on the SkyPunch website after having submitted a sample ballot. When that occurs, a voter has the option of capturing some metadata about that ballot, and that's what we're looking at right here, is the ballot ID, the digest, and the tip address. These three pieces of data can uniquely identify a ballot. So when the voter comes back, as they could, at their own choosing, a week, a month, a year later, even 10 years later, they could step into a ballot verification wizard, step one of which looks like this, where they paste in their ballot ID. Once they do that, they click Verify Version Number, and they get this. And this is what you want to see. You can see that the version is on 0, and if the version were on anything greater than 0, that would indicate that the data, the ballot, has been modified, perhaps even deleted. So version 0 is what we want. This is considered verified. We could stop right here, but we're going to do a deeper verification and move on to step 2. And step 2 is nothing more but fetching the digest, so that's done. We move on to step 3. Here we paste in those other two pieces of data about the ballot. That's the digest and the tip address. Move on to step 4, and when the recalculated digest hash matches the provided digest hash, we know that this data has not been tampered with in any way since it was committed to the system. Now, that verification is something that is done inside the system of record. The system of record is horrible for reporting. So data needs to stream from the system of record into a reporting platform, and that's what this next step does. It verifies that one and only one exact match of that ballot exists in the reporting platform. That concludes ballot verification, and the voter can always click to view ballot and just see with their own two eyes, yeah, those are the people I voted for. Finally, with an application of the award, for this system to be used in the public election sector, it needs to undergo 2 audits. One is an American with Disabilities Act audit. The other is a cybersecurity audit. And currently, the development work for this system, and I'm out of time, does not match the production, so we got to clean that up, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, I got to take a shot at this. The last slide there, I think you left out the most difficult part, the politics of it. So can you address that and all the issues associated with that as we all see what's going on across the country in different states and ability to verify and change ballots and all that stuff?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I'm aware of that. And that is one, as I said at one slide, this system would actually build confidence in the election systems. As a voter can peer inside the ballot box and see with their own two eyes, okay, my ballot's in good shape, Russia has not tampered with it or deleted it or flipped my votes. So I think it actually is a solution to this matter of the politics that you're talking about. There's some concern about bringing on an investor that might have made a contribution to a politically charged issue, and so that's something that we'll just address when it comes along. But yeah, your point is taken. If I could just say one other thing. No other system has the ability to do what you just saw with the cryptographic verification. There are other systems that are in use in some capacity. So it's not that the world is not heading this way. It is. And I think with the ability to do this sort of verification and prove election integrity in a way that's never been possible before, I think those things speak to the point that you raise.
Great presentation, great concept. I think we all look forward to the day when we have immutable, permanent records of ballots. Just one thought or suggestion for you,
Yes,
a question perhaps. Secretary of State Mac Warner is very much active nationally on this issue. If you haven't had a chance to interact with Secretary Warner, that might be a really good point of connection.
So Senator Warner, Secretary Warner, when I presented this to him, he assigned 2 of his staff to aid me in understanding the requirements and get this to a point where it could be used in 2024 elections. I have my hands on the 2022 RFP, and my understanding is that West Virginia is really ahead of the country in its election management specifications. So if you can hit the RFP for West Virginia, you can probably hit the RFP for the other 49 states pretty well too. So that is my target.
Great, you're already on it. Just wanted to make sure.
I have a question for you. Well, it's 2 parts. I don't understand what exactly SkyPunch technology does relative to the voting system, and then we'd like to get an amount from you, or maybe I missed it if you had an amount you were looking for.
I think when I filled out, I think the amount was $15,000 to be used for, on the final slide there, get started covering the cost for those 2 audits, the cybersecurity and the ADA, and a provision a development environment that more closely matches the production environment for this system.
So this system is part of SkyPunch Technology, and SkyPunch Technology has other businesses?
SkyPunch Technology, it was initially created to be an Amazon Web Services consulting firm. Still is, but this is the flagship product.
Oh, now I understand. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm sorry.
No, I may have missed that. Sorry.
We have time for one more question.
Is there something protectable about this? You mentioned this is the only voting system that is doing this today, but there are other platforms that are out there and used. What would be preventing them from just implementing this?
Nothing. I mentioned that SkyPunch is an Amazon Web Services consulting firm. I'm also, has been 20 years in the election business. There's a convergence between expertise in AWS and understanding election requirements that occurs right here. But if a AWS expert were to go to happy hour with an election manager and have a few drinks and start rolling some ideas around, it's possible. And there's some trade secrets. I've spoken with a patent attorney. We're not going to pursue any patents, but there are still trade secrets. So there's stuff that I would not, in this setting or a whole lot of other settings, share about what's going on here. But it's conceivable. Not likely, but conceivable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Up next, we have the Dirt Doctors Tremor line of products. And on deck, we have the Exonaut.
this on. Can y'all hear me? Good. My name's Joe Williams. I'm the founder of The Dirt Doctor. For the last 20 plus years, I've done excavation work and construction. And I've found better, faster, cheaper ways of using the earth for construction purposes. And some of these products we'll demonstrate to you here in just a minute. The main problems, well, one of the main problems that we've found is unsuitable soils. And as our communities grow, housing grows, industry grows, it needs space to develop and build and construct things. And the soils are unsuitable. So when you get into this, some soils are just unfit for construction. Some soils, moisture can cause landslides and slips, which is predominant in Appalachia, a major problem. Ongoing road repairs, everybody's hit potholes and just destroys their vehicles, and the highways are pretty rough shape. It's all due to unsuitable soils. And to use conventional methods to fix these, it's expensive, very expensive, and it creates a lot of waste as well. So I've come up with a couple different products to help with these issues. First of which is the trimmer drain system. And it's a system that's developed to be as non-invasive as possible to stabilize hillsides or to create drainage underneath of buildings or roadways. It's basically a 2-inch perforated steel tube. They're 4 feet long, so a man can get on a hillside or beside of an active highway, and you drive these underneath the highway or into the hillside with an air hammer. So you put a series of these in to reach whatever target depth you want to go to, and then we attach a canister on the end of that where we mix gel and sand in a solution, and we force that through the drain, opening up all the crevices in the soil so that moisture can find its way to the drain and to the outslope. In essence, you're creating a French drain without any excavation whatsoever. The next product would be the trimmer drilling mast. These type of masts have been used around the world for soil treatment injections. However, none of them are capable of drilling. Ours drills. You can drill through asphalt, concrete, gravel, basically anything you'd like, and inject different types of soil stabilization chemicals and products into your project subgrade. The markets are looking great for this. As these new infrastructure bills come out and people begin to spend more and more money on our roads, our bridges, building sites, projected around $2 billion of increased spending over the next 5 years. To date, I've generated right around $450,000 in revenue between these two products. We have dozens of satisfied customers across the country, West Virginia, Texas, Las Vegas, lots of places. We are beginning to get good support from local engineering firms as well. So the outlook looks great. Again, my name is Joe Williams. I'm the founder. CJ Lewis is my general manager, and Ryan Wilson is our operations manager. We've patented both of these products. We're here today to secure funding for manufacturing, and then we can begin to do more advertising and actual operations. We're seeking $575,000, $200,000 for working capital for sales and marketing, as well as operations, $375,000 for equipment manufacturing. This is my contact information. I'd be open to any of your questions.
Joe, right here. Can you tell me that $450 million in or $450,000 in sales, over what time
I like
period?
the first number better.
Yeah, I liked it better. You
I
may
wouldn't
get, you
be
may
here.
get there. That'd be a good thing, right?
Just saying.
Over what time period?
That's since 2020. And that's dealing with COVID as well. So you have to envision this equipment is brand new to the construction industry, which is an old school way of doing things. So you have to really get out there and convince people that it works. And we've done tons of that. So, and it's all given us good positive feedback,
Great, thank
good
you.
positive results.
Excellent.
Joe, who are your competitors?
No one.
Okay, if there's no competitors, are there ways to keep them out? Will your patents keep others from replicating what you do?
Hopefully, and that's what I plan to spend if I win today. That's what I plan to put this money towards, is patent protection. And we do have provisional patents have been in place. We have utility patents that are filed, and protecting that intellectual property is paramount to the success of this. The drilling mast, there are some similar masts out there, but they do not drill. There's nothing in the world that drills like that. There's no set of gang set is what that's called when you have 4 drills in one unit. There's nothing out there like that. There's sort of a similar system in Switzerland with the drainage, the trimmer drain, but it's totally expensive and doesn't work nearly as well. We used our trimmer drain system in Las Vegas to stop a 2,000-foot long landslide last summer. It took it about 3 days, but it worked, and it's still working to this day. The engineering firms are writing a white paper study on that as we speak.
So, Joe, there's a lot of land here in West Virginia that's good for building stuff on top of it, but underneath it, I think you're keenly aware of the fact that we have things called coal mines and stuff like that. So you say there's no competition. Aren't there companies out there similar to yours that do drill and then pour concrete and other things there to stabilize the property for buildings and so on? And if that's the case, you said there was no competition. Would yours be a better solution for that, or a quicker or cheaper way of stabilizing land for construction on top of coal mines?
Yes, sir. What they do with the coal mines is much, much deeper. You're usually at 800 feet to 900 feet in depth where they drill into those. And what you're thinking of as competition, there are units out there that inject soil stabilization products into the ground, but they use one drill. They use one drill stem. So our unit has 4. So obviously, we quadruple the speed at which things can get done, and it does a better job in some of the facets of competition. In Texas right now, they have a 4-stem mast with solid rods that go into the ground. But our rotating rods actually cut that production time in half.
We have time for one more question.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but are there different needs for the production of the equipment based on different soil content? You mentioned you have customers, for instance, I believe you said did you say Nevada or Texas, and then West Virginia? So does something have to be modified on your equipment, or is it standard relative to the drain based on?
No, it works in all soils across the nation. I haven't been around the globe with it yet, but it works just fine in all soils. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Thank you. Up next, we have the Exonaut, and on deck, we have the Thermaroller.
How we doing, folks? My name's Andrew Like. I'm here to talk to you about my new concept, the Exonaut. It's a life-saving piece of equipment geared towards rock climbing and rappelling. So I myself have been a climber for about a decade. It's both my passion and my career. I work as a manager at the new climbing gym in Morgantown, West Virginia, called Gritstone. And I'm also a certified climbing guide through the American Mountain Guides Association. I've done thousands of ascents around the world. This is my area of expertise. And unfortunately, in my time as a climber, I've come across one particular issue that has plagued the community, and that is lowering accidents. So contrary to popular belief, the climbing part isn't exactly the dangerous part. It's actually the descent that is the most dangerous. It's when you're relying on the gear 100% for your life, and you're not really so much relying on your skills as a climber. It's all on the gear, all of the weights on the gear. And it's also when you're the most fatigued. So you may have done a climb, you may have spent 20 hours, 24 hours even, doing this climb, and now you're facing a 1,500-foot descent where you have to surmount multiple rappels and get yourself to the ground safely. The standard practice is to use what's called an ATC, which I have here. This is the standard rigging you may see. Now this device works the same way with all sorts of rappelling devices. They require a sharp bend in the rope to increase friction and slow down the climber's descent, rather. Every equipment manufacturer has their own rendition of this device, but all lowering devices work essentially the same way. A sharp bend in the rope creates friction. Now, the climber's standard protocol for preventing an accident of falling off the end of their rope is just to tie a knot in the end, which sounds very simple, but if you've been moving for 24 hours consistently, it's very easy to forget one of 40 plus knots, or to forget to untie the knot and have it get stuck in your anchors. So the Exonaut attacks this problem and creates a solution where the rope still acts the same way it normally would. It does all of its normal functions. You can tie knots, you can lower off of it. It's light, it's simple, but it prevents you from coming off the end of the rope. And I'll demonstrate what this looks like for you here in a sec. All right, so we have our device here, and if I were to be lowering, this would be clipped into my harness. And if I'm going to pull the rope, you can see the rope gets stuck in the end. The reason it gets stuck is because there's about a 1.5-inch space that has been stiffened, essentially an exoskeleton I've placed onto the rope, and it cannot pass through that tight bend that the device requires. So there's now enough rope left for the climber to commence with self-rescue, go on with their day. They luckily have gotten away with an accident. So I can rattle off half a dozen people that I know personally who have either been killed, unfortunately, or severely maimed or had close calls, myself included, from this particular accident. It's very easy to come close to the end of your rope and not realize it. Or worse, what I had happen, tie a knot in the end of the rope to prevent an accident, and got into the end and realized in horror that the knot came untied when it snagged on a rock. So luckily, I wasn't having a conversation with my partner, or I was paying attention for whatever reason that time, I narrowly escaped it. But a lot of others are not so lucky, like my friend Brad, who passed away a couple years ago. He was one of the leading climbers of our time, unfortunately, and a really simple solution could have fixed this. I'm tired of seeing people in my community pass away from something that could be prevented so easily. It's like forgetting to put your seatbelt on, pulling out of your driveway. You know, it's simple. Now, the Exonaut itself it's a spring-like device. It can be manufactured quickly and easily. And what I need is help with the manufacturing process. So I've spoken with RCBI, and I've talked with them, and they tell me that about $5,000 would get me through the first 2 phases of their prototyping process, and $10,000 would get me through the final phase of the prototyping process that would give me a client-ready device. Now, as you can see, the device I have here is very basic, but it does work. It is indeed stuck here. I've proven that it works. I can test it. I've hung on it with my harness. It stops me. It prevents any accident from happening. And the market for this is just booming. There's 10.3 million Americans that have climbed, participated in climbing, and with the Olympics now, last year, it's I'd love to take any questions about it. I know this stuff's kind of complicated, climbing gear. If you aren't familiar with it, then it can be a little bit confusing. So rattle them off.
Have you looked into protecting this idea in some way? Is that protectable?
Yeah, I absolutely have looked into patenting this. I've done plenty of research. There's absolutely nothing on the market that is at all like it. There's no similar piece of gear geared towards preventing this accident. Unfortunately, I don't really have the funding to make that happen, hire a patent attorney or anything, and that's really why I'm here, is to help get that, hopefully.
Are you looking
some kind of support?
And you're looking for either 5 or 10,000? Is that what I understand?
I mean, 10,000 would be preferable, right? But that would give me the final finished product. I could know exactly how much it would cost to manufacture, and the business would be getting started at that point. $5,000 would be kind of, if you guys aren't able, that would at least get me a functioning prototype at, the most basic level that can get me started.
Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Has anyone talked to you about the liability of the actual Exonaut? Is there anything that you would think about where you would de-risk yourself or your entity? I think about your own personal experience in making mistakes, and I don't know too much about rock climbing, but I wonder if there's some outsized liability here that you need to protect yourself against.
Yeah, liability is a tricky thing with climbing gear. There's a pretty in-depth process to check the safety of gear. The most notable is the UIAA, which is the International Certifying Agency that tests gear from different companies and puts a label on it and says, like, this is rated to this much weight, and if you use it past this weight, it's no longer going to work, so on and so forth. So that really helps with protecting yourself, and that would be something I would be seeking. Yep. Any other questions?
How big is the market for the Exonaut?
Oh goodness, it's enormous. So this wouldn't just be used for climbing. It's anything with a rope. Anywhere a rope is involved for safety, this is applicable. So military use, search and rescue, caving, rappelling, climbing. There's about 800 climbing gyms around the country. Think of how many ropes are in there in all of those climbing gyms. All of them would need some sort of safety device that right now there isn't one. Let's see where else. Rope access. Rope access is another one. People work on skyscrapers. I know ropes are used in mines at different points. It can be used for cables. So the market is huge and getting bigger. Just climbing rope sales last year grew 8%. After we saw the climbing in the Olympics in 2021, I can personally attest, as one working in the climbing gym, that people are just coming. All sorts of new climbers are coming in droves.
Is it your plan to market it yourself, or do you plan to sell it to someone else and market for you?
I would like to market it myself, honestly, but I do also have contacts and a separate prototype that would be sold to a company where they could incorporate it into their ropes as well. So as one working in the climbing industry, I just have a lot of contacts with different companies, and I'm able to sell the idea to them where they could have a rope that has this implanted in it already. But the ideal scenario, which is what I need help with, is manufacturing one that is removable, and I know how to do it, but I can't physically do it without proper equipment and an engineer's help. And so that's why I'm here.
Do you know the Fussels? Do you know Chris?
Chris who?
Chris Fussell.
No, I don't.
In Fayetteville. They just bought the outdoor store there in Fayetteville, him and his wife.
Waterstone?
Waterstone.
Okay.
They
yeah.
own it now. Chris
Okay.
was a Navy SEAL.
Okay.
I think
I don't know.
I think it'd be a really great contact for you. He's a member of Country Roads Angel Network as well. But Chris is a 25-year plus climber in the New River Gorge area.
Yeah.
So you should definitely link up with him.
Yeah, I mean Waterstone would be a great.
I sent him a
great place to
text. So
partner
I
with.
think he'll reach out.
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, I noticed right here just the logo here, Bridging Innovation. It's the New River Gorge Bridge. I mean, that's like one of our most famous things we have in West Virginia, and one of the biggest resources we have at the New River Gorge is rock climbing. It's drawing all sorts of tourists from all over. So, yeah. Any other questions?
That's all the time we have for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Thermaroller.
Give us about an hour, will you?
Give it some time.
Take your time. So, hi, my name is Cameron Keefe, and I am the founder of Thermaroller. So, years ago, back in high school, I was a multi-sport athlete, and it was during my final season of track that I had such frequent sore muscles and shin splints that my teammates and I decided to freeze our water bottles and roll out our sore legs on the ground. And I got to thinking, what if this was a product? What if this was reusable? What if this was transportable so people could take it on the go with them? And then they could benefit just like I had. So when I got to WVU, I reached out to the Launch Lab. I entered the collegiate business plan competition. I worked with those resources as much as I could until it brought me to needing extra help and reaching out to RCBI. So before I get into the differentiation of my product, I do want to emphasize that there is no perfect athlete. All people, regardless of shape, size, age, gender, or race, should have the ability to take care of their body, be healthy, and stay active. So the prototype being passed along, as you can see, the red handle unlocks so that you could take off the individual rings and the spacers. The rings are what sets this roller apart from other competition, as they are modified to be able to be heated or cooled via the microwave, hot water, freezer, fridge. This also makes it time efficient, as you can just slide them on and off, rearrange them, customize them, change where the pressure is being applied, and then also customizable and easily transported. You can take those individual rings, if they're hot, if they're cold, you can put them into a cooler, you can put them into a Yeti, take them with you, whether it's to the gym, it's to physical therapy, to a marathon, or just having it in the freezer when you get home from a long day. So this prototype is the first of a whole product line I dreamed to launch, where I could make that individual roller longer, I could make it shorter, I could change that interior axle to make it flexible so that it could be easily bent around a smaller apparatus such as your shin. And then the individual rings could be customized further, making those bigger, smaller, the color, the shape, but also by adding texture. Adding texture, such as bumps or grooves, would help to really massage out that buildup of lactic acid that's causing you pain. And this combination of physical massage and of temperature is what increases the blood flow and the oxygen to your muscles that will promote the healing process. So Thermaroller is looking into marketing with social media, with Facebook, Instagram, blogs, and we want to reach out to influencers for sponsorship through YouTube or TikTok, and then chase after online advertisements, magazines, or podcasts. We plan to be an eco-friendly company with recycled packaging, our e-commerce sales platform, and create community engagement with post-sharing for reviews and discounts. And as any small business knows, we do need to expand our marketing in phases to keep up with growing demand. So our revenue model, including our web and direct sales, will range products and accessories, such as additional sets of rings that you can keep in the freezer. And then we do want to create that community engagement. We can post tutorials on how to use it, different exercises targeting different muscles, to really also educate the community. Our market size includes not only athletes or physical therapists, but senior demographics with more frequent chronic pain. And then you have casual gym goers and a whole industry of people facing non-pharmaceutical pain management. So our startup costs include our prototype, as that one is not quite fully functioning, and then moving to our provisional patent, our full utility patent, getting injection molds, advertising, and manufacturing to keep it here USA made. Our estimated revenues, cost of goods sold per roller would be less than 10, marketing less than 10, and our rollers would be competitively priced around $40, depending on what our final prototype and manufacturing looks like. And then our product line and bundles would bring in more revenue, such as creating a bag itself that would be heating or cooling for the roller. So I'm here today asking for your investment. As I've mentioned before, I've taken this as far as I could with the resources available to me. And now with RCBI, I need $8,000 to move it from a semi-functioning prototype to fully functioning. A patent would be $10,000, and each trademark would be $350. And then once we have a fully functioning prototype and have figured out our manufacturing for production, we'll move into a small beta launch so that we can really get customer reviews, we can test out the product, and then move into full web and direct sales with pop-up events, influencer sponsorships, and grow the company around the world. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you have.
Nice job, Cameron. That was great. I love this product. You know that, don't you? I've seen you present before. So let's go back to the real key thing here, and that's the IP and the patent protection. That's something you really have to have. Have you looked around the market? Do you think that you really can get that and really secure this thing? Because I think this thing could be very, very valuable for all kinds of athletes or anybody who's wants to roll something like this. There's plenty of those out there in the market, but I have several of them at home. But how are we going to get you there? Talk about that.
Yeah, so I actually have a slide on the competition. I've had a provisional patent in the past, and it just recently expired, but I'm working with RCBI to make the modifications necessary for a next provisional. The competition on the market includes a plastic roller, it includes a stainless steel ball that the entire device can be put into the freezer, a regular foam roller, and then another like stainless steel rod that's put into the freezer. In addition to this, there's also just freezing a block of ice and rubbing that over your muscles. So nothing is really as customizable as ThermoRoller, and it also would be able to heat and to cool. Whether those are separate rings or the same rings, like that is all kind of dependent on having the funding to test new materials.
I have a question. I think you almost answered it there, but I want to get clarification. So the materials on the smaller rings here, is there something unique about those that make them different than just plastic? Because I mean, obviously this is a prototype, so is there something there?
So that prototype is using a thermoplastic for 3D printing and then being injected with a phase change material, or a PCM. The really patentable part of the PCM is that you can set it up so that it will heat or cool to a set temperature and it will not physically harm you. It's used a lot in insulation or in the transportation of pharmaceuticals so that they stay a specific temperature and stay safe. So we're looking into injection molding using different thermoplastics to keep that safe and to still convey proper temperature.
Do we have the ability to manufacture the ThermoRoller in the United States, or do you have to go abroad for your manufacturing?
That is definitely a question I have looked a lot into. I've reached out to RCBI, and they believe that we will be able to make it here. I've also been in contact with suppliers abroad who make your traditional ice packs in different shapes or sizes with different materials, just to get a bit more of a cost breakdown for that. Thank you.
I've seen the product before. Great job, wonderful presentation. And how quickly could you get this on the market?
Working with RCBI would be a lot of testing just for the materials to get a fully functional prototype. They estimate that we may take up to about 4 months or so. I do plan at staying at WVU for my MBA, so that keeps me here in the community working on my project. And then I do hope to finalize it, move into manufacturing, and get to truly launch it here in the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to skip over the break and go right into the Vantage Ventures demo. And I'm Mitchell Williams. I'm a graduate consultant at Vantage Ventures. And Vantage is an initiative of the John Chambers College of Business and Economics. And we specialize in accelerating startups in the area of IoT, infrastructure, healthcare, and security. We currently have 26 residents and are quickly growing. And 2 that we have with us today are DataRobot and UMuseUs. From DataRobot, we have Chandler McCann. He's the general manager of data science in the public sector for DataRobot. So Chandler wants to come up and you can start.
All right. Go ahead and get started here. All right, success. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for having me. Thank you to Vantage Ventures, WVU, and this entire community. It's an honor to be here today. Honored to talk to you about AI and hopefully plant some seeds in an already thriving community of how you can apply technology in your own business, your own opportunities, and inspire some ideas. Because it's, one thing I've taken away from my time here this week is the energy is real. I've felt that since I've been in West Virginia in the state. I feel it here again today. And I want to tell you a little bit about why I'm very excited about the partnership going forward. And the word why probably resonates a lot with entrepreneurs. They talk about, what's your why? And for me, my why has always been, how can I use data to improve the lives of others and combine that with technology? And so I want to tell you a little bit about myself and how I kind of got here today. And first off, who knows what is on the screen? Some shipping containers. Anybody know where that is? That's in Afghanistan. So that was one of my second job after college had the opportunity to go to Kuwait and then quickly to Afghanistan and as a statistical consultant and to help with a really big problem. So during President Obama's tenure, there was a large uplift in troops, and with that came a lot of equipment. And one of my jobs was to help the Army at the time get that equipment in and out of the country as fast as possible. And I had to do that with data. And that was one of the first times that I had realized the connection between data and life and the impact it can have. And so what you're seeing here is some of the trucks that had to move a lot of containers like that through a lot of roads like you're seeing on the screen. And that was a real challenge. And one of the important parts was I was working with people that knew their domain really well. They knew logistics very well. They had a passion for what they were doing, and they had an undying will to solve their problem. They had a really hard time when it came to tools. And one thing that I was very lucky to do and very fortunate to do was to help apply my own personal experience with statistics to help them combine data from different sources. And one of my takeaways from all this was, first off, it all comes down to people and the tools that they're using, right? So how can I put the right tools in the right people's hands? And secondly, the impact disparate data can have is big. And this was back in 2010. This was a while ago, but that is a really important point that I'm going to touch on here in a second. So if we fast forward to 2017, or sorry, 2018, who knows what this is? This is a hand pump for a water point. This was taken in Liberia, and every day about a quarter of the world's population uses a tool like this to drink water from. And one of the challenges is that these break over time. And one of my first projects at DataRobot was to help predict when these are going to break in the future across the continent in Africa. And that took me to, again, some very cool places. And, well, cool from a personal experience, meaning to be the right word. But I got to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone and work with people that are actually out on the ground collecting data around these water points. And I wanted to help them understand the impact that they were having on their overall nation as a whole. So there's a lot of challenges that are real when it comes to how do I appropriately place disparate resources, right? So where do I put a new water point? It's a very expensive endeavor. It impacts people's lives in the community. And we're able to help them do that. And that, it's driven home for me the importance of having the right tools in the right hands with the right people. And I'm really proud to say that to this day they're still using that technology in Sierra Leone to help decide where to put some of these water points, informing decisions around in the nation. But going back to my own why, and Dan mentioned this yesterday when he was talking with President Gee, we want to help all companies get value from their data, and data can exist in a lot of places. And when I think about why I'm excited about West Virginia, and after showing some examples like that, I feel like I felt when I joined the company earlier in 2017. So when I came into DataRobot, I thought that these large banks I was going into would have AI just figured out. I thought everyone would have a ton of models of production. Everyone was getting value from AI. I thought it would just be the solved problem. I would go into the Walmarts of the world. It would be ubiquitous. It wasn't. I was shocked. And it's still early. And as we start to get into states, the data I've seen around the state, both at a government level and a business level, is so much richer than all the examples I've seen in the past before. And I think West Virginia is really leaning forward when it comes to storing, capturing their data, and there's a huge opportunity to apply that in really impactful ways to improve the lives of others around the state. And that's something I'm excited to be a part of and help with. And I will say, again, it all comes back to the people. Dan touched on this yesterday. The people in the state that we've worked with obviously have been very dedicated to the mission. We're excited to keep growing that. And the partnerships here are something that we value and are very real. And so all I have to say is, for my own personal journey, having an opportunity to make an impact, it's present here today, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about that. So that's me, but who is this DataRobot? And I won't spend a ton of time here, but I do want to give a little context. So DataRobot was founded in 2012, and we've got over 1,000 employees now globally, and most of them are data scientists, and we've got a big presence in the private sector as well as growing one in the public sector. And part of our job is to help people extract that value from their data on a day-to-day basis. So how do we go about doing that? Well, one, first, you don't have to code. And I think back to when I was over in Afghanistan, we had to use tools like Excel and Minitab, and there was this huge barrier to entry for people to leverage their data. And our whole goal has been to just collapse that, right? And there's a lot of tools that can make that happen. And it's just, I want everyone to think about how you can use your data in more efficient ways, because the barriers to using that are a lot lower than they were years ago, and it's changing daily. Using diverse data, data from images, geospatial. We were talking about one of the gentleman's projects around reducing landslides in the hills. That's a real problem, and AI can help with that when it comes to predicting where those are going to happen. So I think the opportunity to apply diverse data is super exciting as we look ahead. And finally, it's end-to-end platform. So we make it very simple for people to come in and go from I have an idea to I have a deployed model. And I usually lose people when I say model and AI, and I want to take a step back and just, it's really simple and and talk a little bit of basics around like what is data science and AI and how does this matter and how could you think about these concepts in your own business. So it's really, if you think about business intelligence, everyone's heard this, that is really looking backwards in time. Right? How do I analyze decisions from the past in the back? Where data science and AI comes in is a little bit different. How do I learn from the past and then apply those to new events in the future? Right? So we're going to walk through an example of what that is. And to start off, it's a really common process. So the first part of that process is I have data, I train a model, so I learn from those events in the past, and then I can make predictions based on those new data, and then provide guidance either to people downstream to make decisions, and I'm always going to be improving that cycle. I think everyone in this room can probably resonate with the idea of home prices, right? So if I wanted to use AI to predict home prices, what would I look at? Well, I'd probably think about the square footage of a home. That makes sense. So one of the things I could do is plot the sales price against the square footage, and every point here on this slide is an example of a home. And what AI does is first it learns from those historical examples. So you could consider this line through these as a model. So this line is if I draw a line, I can know I can make an estimate of what the price would be given the square footage of a home. I think, a question might come up, well, what if I've never seen a certain square footage before? Well, that's what you could do. You could look at where that line hits, and there you are. There's your answer. Unfortunately, the world isn't that easy. It's more complex than that. And there's a lot of things that could impact the price of a home. There's lots of variables, school district, the amenities, nearby sales, things like that. So it's complicated. And that's something that computers could do a really good job at right now of looking at and understanding and finding the patterns that help illuminate what that actual true price is. And here's a simple example of a mock-up of a demo where we've built out a home prediction price estimate, and you can, using the knobs on the left, such as like the finished square feet, the number of bedrooms, you can look at the predicted output of the predicted price of a home. And, and it's not going to be just based on that one variable. It could be based on those 50. So that's a kind of a toy example that's pretty common, right? But when I think about what the opportunity for us here is, and what I get personally excited about, it's solving big problems. And how do we work together to solve those big problems? I want to share a few examples of how we're already helping. And those two come from, one is with the State Auditor's Office, and two is going to be a notional example from the Health and Human Services Department in West Virginia. And for all of you in the room, if you're trying to maybe take away 3 bullet points from this, where are good spots to apply AI in my business, or where could I apply, even leverage my data in new and innovative ways? Manual processes, when you have multiple data sources, and when you're trying to uncover unique insights. Those are always great ways and great opportunities to apply AI in your business. So, fraud. Let's talk about fraud for a second. So I think what West Virginia is doing right now when it comes to fraud detection is arguably some of the most innovative work across the country when it comes to purchase cards. So there is a huge opportunity to apply AI to help with purchase card fraud because, and I'll talk through this in a second, every human can't look through everything. Let's let computers do the computer work and let humans do the human work. And what happens when you do that? Well, you can increase the rate of recovery. You can also save human time and allow people to spend their time on other activities that might be potentially more high value or that the computer can't do on their own. So what am I talking about? So if you think about the simple process of going from a car transaction to just a transaction being reviewed and resolved, the last half of that process is completely manual. Someone has to manually triage it, read it, look through it, and that's where we can apply AI. So instead of looking at every single transaction line by line, we can use AI to learn from the past and understand where the opportunities to identify those potentially fraudulent, risky transactions are, and then investigate them and just bubble up the ones that are potentially the highest risk. And so saves people time, saves people money, and is a something that we're very excited of going forward with the state. The second one, and this could be with any illness here, this is all notional data here, so I just want to be super clear about that. But if you have, switching to public health is obviously a really serious issue. And when you look at one of the first steps of any problem is looking what happened in the past. And you can use descriptive statistics to highlight a lot of things that are opportunities, right? Maybe there's different network sizes, perhaps there's varying costs around the state, or perhaps there's a variance in access to care. But one of the most common things that we see, and this is nationwide, is that the top 10% of patients are going to account for over 50% of the costs. And that's a big opportunity. And it's not about the dollar values there, because that cost of care is someone that's actually suffering, right? I mean, high cost translates into something that's actually high impact for that patient, unfortunately. And so you want to ask some practical questions. Who's in that top 10%? Like, why are they there? And you can do that through retrospective analysis. But you can also ask, who's going to be at risk? Who isn't quite at high risk yet? And how can we get in front of that? And how can we provide specialized care for them? I mean, these are a lot of practical questions that are very available to solve. And when you do that, it opens up a lot of possibilities when it comes to modernizing healthcare and driving down both costs for the state and improving the lives of people in the community. Some of those things could be, where do I put my programs? How do I make data-driven investments across the community? And importantly, how do I improve access to care across the board? So these are just some examples of ways to take the data that we have and derive value from it to improve the lives of others. So we want to do more, though. I think that we're just beginning, and it's something that we're excited about partnering with others in the state. And if you've gone through these examples, you might have thought, well, that is all well and good. Seemed hard. Maybe I can't do that. But you don't have to be a data scientist. This is kind of the point, right? We're at the point where this is accessible for all to come in, and you don't need to have a large IT team. You can be a small startup shop of 3, 5 people. You just have to have a problem you want to solve, and you have to have data. And importantly, you want to have a passion for finding answers, and that's where we can help you. DataRobot, I think the point here is there are thousands of use cases across each industry. And I'll pause on this here for a second. You could replace the word state and local government with just insert any business. There's thousands of opportunities to apply AI across every branch of government and also across every aspect of business. Human resources, logistics, supply chain, environment, ESG is becoming increasingly important across the world. And all of these are excellent opportunities to use technology to both benefit you and your customers. And finally, I would just close on, we're hiring. So if you want to go, you can check us out at solvebigproblems.ai. And I hope that each of you think about your why, and how you can use your data from your business to improve value for yourself and your customers and your community. Again, thanks for your time, thanks for your partnership, and yeah, have a great day.
Thanks, Chandler. Next, we will have Justin Whitman with You Muse Us, a social media platform for music.
Bear with me, everybody. I just need to plug in so I can share this with you. Are you seeing that? No? Okay. That's good. It gives me time to be able to boot it up. where's the internet for
Are you
that?
seeing that, Jay?
It just rebooted now. All right, so we can go to, just pull up a Google Chrome or something.
So much for that break.
Let me just make it the full size. That should be good.
Did you need to log in or anything?
Yeah, I have a dummy account that I made, so we're good. I better be able to log in. It's my site, right? Yep. Am I good? Am I good to go? Okay. I know everybody's like ready to, you guys have been sitting for a long time, so I'm going to make this as short and sweet and entertaining as I possibly can so you guys can get up and get a break and get some drinks that are out there waiting on all of us. My name is Justin. I'm the founder and CEO of YouMuseUs.com. We're a social media platform for musicians and music lovers. Very robust yet niche platform. And I apologize, I'm going to have to actually use a mouse, something I haven't done in a very long time as a Mac person. So, as you can tell, I'm actually going to show you the actual website. We are a fully fledged out social media platform. When you actually get to the main page, this is what you actually see as we're here. We share, discover, interact, create. The idea here is musicians can register just like you would on any other social site. But our differentiator is you're registering as your instrument of choice, your primary instrument you play. Are you a music teacher? Are you an education facility? Are you a fan? Are you a drummer? Are you a bass player? There's not really a site that's out there that's dedicated that is a free platform, truly free platform for musicians to interact without all of the other stuff that comes with social sites. With that being said, I'm going to log in and show you guys what the inside of this site actually looks like. Normally it's not this bad, and I apologize in advance. But I guess you'll see real time what it's like, and here I am trying to touch the screen, so that's entertaining, right? Okay, so once we're in to the actual site, and we have a fully fledged out mobile app as well, what you can see is we do have familiar things that you're used to when you're on social sites, where you can actually share a feed wall, where you can load content, share videos, share pictures, whatever it is that you're looking at doing, getting content up. Sorry, it throws me off a little bit having to do this to be able to keep my speech going. But we actually have a built-in advertising platform. So we are self-monetized within the entire site. We're our own ecosystem, which is actually really nice. We're not reliant on Google or other sites. When you look at groups like Facebook and others that are doing billions of dollars and hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue across all platforms combined, having an advertising platform built in that collects key data points, but not all data points. So we're collecting less personal information, which makes us more user-friendly in the long run. One of our key differentiators than other sites, we have the ability to hold competitions and contests within the platform. I was a musician for a very long time. I toured. I was sponsored by Jim Beam and different companies and different record labels, and I knew what it was like to really try to get your voice out there and get heard and get seen. With our competition element, you register as your primary instrument, and then let's say Sarah likes this drummer, this guitar player, this singer, likes For anybody that's as old as me, the Dave Matthews Band, they want to add a fiddler in there and something else. You're going to hit OK, and it's going to compress all the audio from all those different artists that have never met and spit out a song. And you're then going to share that across all the different platforms that are out there as a massive popularity competition. The top 20 bands that still have never met each other will be flown out to West Virginia, and we will do an American Idol style battle of the bands, televised or streamed. So for everybody that's in the panel here, that's another revenue source. You know, the nice thing is that these individuals will have to figure out their style, their look, their sound, everything else when they get off the plane. We're videotaping all of it. And then the winners, we put them on the road, another revenue stream. We put them on the road, and then they tour under our label. But the difference is we want to create a label that's 80% to the artist and 20% to us. And that's unheard of right now. There's 360 deals, there's 50-50 deals. The reason we can do that is our platform. If you look at our numbers on what we could potentially do, if you get to 1 million monthly active users on our site at $5 for every 1,000 views of one of our ads that are on there, within 2 to 3 years, we could be $1 billion plus in revenue, and it's extremely easy to get to 1 million monthly active users on a social site that has marketing and capital behind it. Which brings me to the last part of what I'll let you guys know is I am a fully bootstrapped project. I was a private consultant for Fortune 50 and 100 companies, so I was fortunate enough to afford to build the MVP and then continuously go forward and get to the point where I've built out a mobile platform that I am very comfortable with launching. I've been working with Vantage Ventures. I'm one of their resident entrepreneurs. Sarah and the entire team has been, there's a lack of words, and everything that went on yesterday for what we talked about on Tuesday, I'm one of the entrepreneurs, and I would like to say, if it wasn't for all of you that are in this room right now, championing every aspect of what we need, the ones that are shoveling the snow in front of us so we have a clearer path, and the ones that are cleaning up the dirt as we kick, and just the stuff you guys do is invaluable to us, and what the state of West Virginia is doing, no one else is doing. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you, and I know every other entrepreneur that I've talked to feels the same way, and we don't get a chance to be able to tell you guys that much. But I am in the process of moving forward with raising. I'll have an official pitch day at Vantage towards the end of April, and I don't remember the exact date, Sarah, so do you? The 26th of April, so if you'd like to come out and show your support and talk to me afterwards, I would love to meet you. But if you guys have any other questions, I'll let you guys get going. There's so much more I could show you. People that know me personally know I love to talk, and smiling, I can see it right now. So I'm going to cut myself short because I know everybody here has been given a beer ticket for beer or wine. Probably needs a restroom break so we can all network and chat out there. I'd love to be able to talk to you each individually. But if you guys have any questions, I'll let us all get rolling. Yeah, once you actually ship it out, they're gonna compress a song based on the songs that we give them that we have the rights to be able to work. But we're ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC. You know, coming from my background of what I had, I've covered every base you can possibly think of. So we're ready to rock and roll.